All right, looks like we're getting ready to rock and roll. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
It'd be cool if building a website felt like working in your favorite design tool.
I guess we got to.
It is. First is the
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Let me just shut down this one over here. Welcome, everybody, on a Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time to Hash Church. Yes, we are in Hash Church. My goodness, what are we? Episode 14, season 11 today. Unbelievable. We're trucking along. We're going to crush every week this year. I can promise you, I do not want to miss a single year. I do want to start out by shouting out my sponsors. So let me find that real quick and we'll get into it here. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to let everyone in here real soon. I just like to do the sponsorships first. So a big shout out to Dennis and Mark over at the Craft Greenery. That is hand selected and regionally sourced. These guys are doing it up big. Big shout out, really. Vancouver's premier cannabis dispensary for sponsoring today's event. Thank you guys so much. They're all about bringing the highest quality and widest variety of cannabis and extracts right to your doorsteps across Canada. Whether you're a connoisseur or a curious newcomer, Craft Greenery has something special for everyone, making your cannabis journey both unique and unforgettable. Check them out for an unparalleled selection that's curated with love and expertise. And keep up the great work, boys. You can see right here, they've got a nice selection of rosins and melts, right? I see Dabble in there. I see Nugs in there. I see Earthwolf Farm in there. I see Inland Genetics. I see my good friend Caitlin at High Fidelity. These guys have the selection for you. Go check them out. Make sure you mention Hash Church if and when you do, because yeah, we want to let them know that you guys are listening. Big thanks to Puffco for sponsoring Hash Church. As always, Puffco has revolutionized cannabis culture. I've said it a million times. They help normalize extracts with their incredible portable devices like the Puffco Peak Pro, the Pivot, and the Proxy. These amazing little units deliver top-tier performance and style, making them favorites in our community. Puffco's unwavering support for all things cannabis keeps us lit and united. Check them out. Puffco's got your back. www.puffco.com. Those guys are good guys. Really can't say enough. And a happy belated birthday to Jolly Roger, as well as James on the team. We got a couple of Aries on the Puffco team, so we want to wish them the best as always. Puffco on the mountain. Hello. How happy do I look sitting on the chairlift, just smashing out a couple of dabs on my little Puffco? Yes, I used to do it with my mothership and the Pelican case and the blowtorch and all of the tools. This is infinitely easier. And often when people catch a glimpse, they come over and ask me, "What is that? Is that one of those Puffco units?" So very cool. Big shout out to Puffco. And a big shout out to Sean from Heritage Seed Bank. These guys aren't just distributors. They have passion. They are passionate cultivators and really preservers of cannabis heritage with decades of breeding experience. They collaborate very closely with the top breeders to only offer high quality genetics. Their goal really is to empower all growers with access to the world's best genetics, knowledge, and support, ensuring cannabis remains diverse, potent, and accessible. That is no small goal. They pride themselves on ethics, integrity, and transparency while working only with reputable breeders for ethically sourced top standard seeds. They offer exclusive, hard-to-find cannabis seeds with unmatched customer service, including fair pricing and accurate information. They're going to ensure fast, secure, discreet, worldwide shipping with stealth packaging for international orders, free replacements for poor germination or dissatisfaction, and prioritize client satisfaction. At Heritage Seed Bank, they build lasting relationships, supporting growers and upholding the traditions of exceptional cannabis cultivation. Well, let's not forget bubble bags. Bubble bags stand out as the premier choice for water hash extraction, and it's no surprise why. They're the original innovators who set the standard for quality and performance. Look, we didn't only set the standard for quality and performance, we set the standard and the bar for education. With all of my Instagram, Facebook groups, including Bubble Man's World and Hash Church, we've really been pushing education further along than any other group that's gotten into this. These are crafted with durability in mind, so these bags come with a lifetime warranty, ensuring you're covered for years of consistent use. A lifetime warranty really is about 400 or 500 uses. It's not 4,000. The team behind Bubble Bags takes pride in their pioneering legacy, backing every product with unwavering confidence and a commitment to excellence, making them the trusted go-to for enthusiasts and professionals alike seeking top-tier hash extractions. If you're looking at a discount code, HashChurch15 will get you a discount code on the Bubble Bags. It'll also get you a discount over with Sean at Heritage Seeds, and it'll also get you a discount with our last but not least sponsor, which is Grandmaster LEDs. Are you ready to take your grow to the next level? Grandmaster LEDs bring in the heat with cutting-edge light solutions designed for growers who demand the best. Whether you're battling pests or chasing perfect yields, we've got you covered with the latest innovation. The UVC Tarantula Predator, the ultimate IPM bug light. This bad boy harnesses the power of UVC technology to zap mites, thrips, aphids, and more, keeping your garden pristine without chemicals or hassles. Pair it with a Grandmaster LED top-tier grow light, and you've got a setup that's unbeatable for potency, flavor, and peace of mind. Waterproof, daisy chainable, and built to last, the Tarantula Predator is our new secret weapon, and it can be yours as well. Tune into Hash Church to hear the pros rave about Grandmaster LEDs. Then grab yours at grandmasterleds.com. Use code HashChurch15 at checkout for an exclusive discount. Let up your grow the Grandmaster way, because your plants deserve the best. Come on now, right? Shout out to Thomas and all the work he's done over there. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. I got 5 people waiting in the room right now, so we're going to let them in. We've had, I was speaking with Craig from Alpine Glow. We've got a bit of a mishmash show today. Craig was suggesting we do a little bit of a Humboldt scene, and we thought, well, it would be great to get Johnny back on and talk about the Whitethorn Rose. It'd be great to get his homie Harry Rose on, who he's going to be telling us a lot about as well. And then I also spoke with Amy Van Dyken, who was on not too long ago for our sports medicine episode, and she was like, man, I had a ton of fun with you guys out there. Like, when can I come on again? I'm like, anytime. It certainly doesn't have to be a sports medicine episode to have Amy come on, so we're really stoked on that. Welcome, everybody. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Craig?
I am doing well. And
Oh, let me see. Maybe I don't have my,
you
yes,
got me.
that's my fault. Go ahead. Sorry. I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
have my
here.
mic,
Can you
so I'm
you
gonna
got
get
me?
you.
I'm doing good this morning, but yeah, we the missus and I always take the dogs for a walk in the morning. We live up on a mountain and there's lots of wildlife. And of course, the morning I'm about to get on Hash Church, the little dog rolls in some crap. So, he's got a neck full, so to speak. It's always like
Also,
that.
also same. I might have rolled in crap today. I'm not confident. We'll get through it.
I know.
Check your neck. Check your neck.
Check
Check
your
my,
neck.
apparently that's where it's at.
That little dog's always like that. The big dog looks at him and's like, "You stink," and then we know something's up. Yeah, Melanie's gonna step in here for a minute. Here's what official dog poop cleanup looks like. It's a full suit, gloves, mask.
Dude.
The
Dude,
glamorous life of Melanie on a Sunday morning.
Melanie, you listen, I'm completely impressed by your life. You are a trooper, you are a hard worker, you are a farmer. You get shit done. I see you all the time, and a mother, like, just doing so much amazing stuff. I support you.
Yeah, it's really funny. There's 25 years we've been, living this way, and gosh, it's like it always seems it's on like a beautiful Sunday, relaxing morning. You're gonna move slow, everything's still outside, and then either your children or your dogs do something, and it
Or your
just
husband.
or your husband. And then you end up looking like this, and you're like, oh, I thought I was gonna hang out with you guys and look glamorous and tell really sexy stories, but nope, this is what I'm doing. So good to see you all. Hi, is that Johnny?
Johnny's there,
Hey,
Harry's
Johnny.
here.
Yeah, good to see you. Okay, I'm gonna finish up. Have fun.
So
That's
that's how we
hilarious.
started off this morning.
Unbelievable. I had a bit of a hectic morning myself, mainly because I ended up snowboarding yesterday and I went a little hard. I can't remember exactly the vertical I did, but it was outrageous. It was like the vertical that some people do in their whole season, like 40,000 or whatever. I just crushed it out in a day. I don't know how many. It was a sunny day where it was 20 degrees Celsius, which I'm guessing is like 75 Fahrenheit down in the village, and then up top it was really just around freezing, so the snow was kind of getting a little bit warmer and soft, and I had my Puffco with me and I was puffing tough and just doing runs where you're going like 100 kilometers an hour or 60 miles an hour for those of you that aren't in Canada, just really cruising down. And I think I did about 12 or 15 of those runs, and I got home and I was like, oh, I'm not 27 years old anymore. I'm 52 years old now, and I collapsed on my couch, and I woke up this morning at like 5 in the morning and kind of sauntered up off to bed. So, little bit unprepared this morning for the show. I had a few last minutes, and it's always good when my dear friend Amy Weinstein, she wanted to hit me up today. She calls me at 10 to 9. I'm like, Amy, are you kidding me? I've got 1,000 things going on right now. I'm inviting Soma. I'm sending links out. And of course, one of my favorite things when I go live on Zoom, if I open the live and I don't do it right away and I wait 4 or 5 minutes, when I go live, it says you do not have permission to go live. Now, I used to react to this very poorly, much the way I used to react to having my Instagram account shut down. When we start to identify ourselves as the things that we do, sometimes we can be destroyed when the things that we do are affected by chaos or life. And I know you know what I'm talking about, Amy, for sure. I see you and you certainly know it on a whole different level. But even the small level, the responsibility I feel, which I'm sure is much the same to you when you're an Olympic athlete, you have a responsibility above and beyond to yourself. You have an entire team of people that are working with you, that are all a part of this journey. And so you guys are my team. All the people watching are my team. And I hate the idea of letting the team down when everyone's, ready. It's 9 o'clock. I'm trying to get it going. My mic's not working. I can't. So I'm very blessed that it all worked out today. I do want to give a massive shout out to John Hatch. This is the guy that showed up at my house during the snowstorm when I lost my power and did hash church from my phone, and he brought me melt because I had no melt. Well, this is how much melt I had left today for hash church. And last night I passed out, but I get a message from John saying, if I can, I'll drive out to your house and I'll put a jar on top of the pot I have this big palm tree out in front of my front door, and he put a jar of full melt bubble at my house last night at like 8 o'clock at night. He dropped this off. First of all, this is a unicorn. Anyone that knows how hard it is to even grow cannabis this way, but then process it and how little you get, and then to just bring it over to me, who I'll be honest, like I'm not, I could have gone a day without hash. It's not like I'm some patient story that really, I felt undeserving. So I want to give John a big shout out. And yeah, just you're a great person, dude. You really are the kindest of kinds. And we're going to be talking about the kindest of kinds today. And I'm pretty sure that's why Harry is in the room today, because he's one of those guys that is the kindness of kind, doing the angelic work. So maybe we could start out with a little introduction from you, Harry. Would that be possible? You'll have to unmute first. Sorry, here, let me ask you to unmute. It makes it a little easier when you're on a phone. It's hard.
There we
There you
go.
go. Yep.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for bringing me in. Well, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Harry Rose, and basically, my life's work at the moment is taking care of making sure that proper medicine is on the California market. The California market really got depleted of real medicine in mass for critically ill patients once we legalized, ironically. Most people went to adult use, and if not everybody. And so you could really see the writing on the wall that patients were suffering, and the access went really to nothing, in terms of the broad scale. And so, it's been quite a journey to try to hold it down and to be able to make sure that real, properly made, organically sun-grown material gets turned into things like specialized spectrums, that we've gathered over the years from our knowledge, but full spectrum extracts as well as preparations, so that the critically ill patients that we were already taking care of in the Proposition 215 era would have access, as well as patients moving forward, and to make sure that the doctors and practitioners that we worked with, could actually access this stuff. And it's been a long time coming, and my, from a personal journey, I have severe autoimmune disease that comes from a long time coming from a kind of a hard life as a master electrician of lighting, being on the road for 24 years and working for rock and roll bands all the way to doing every product launch that Steve Jobs did. And I loved it, but I got really sick and almost died. And that was quite a healing journey. And so that's what really led me into doing what I do, because even back then, even in the Prop 215 era, there was barely any properly intentionally made products. Nobody really had the knowledge back then. And I was fortunate enough to be in Southern Humboldt at the time, and my neighbor was Lawrence Ringo. And I was fortunate enough to be basically the first patient, that took any of that type of medication in our little group. And I was kind of the guinea pig for the original sour tsunami, which turned out to be a very high cannabinoid 3-to-1. And essentially that, long story short, but that medicine led me to being able to shut off the autoimmune response that was killing me. And then by working with lots of great doctors and biologists and so on, we were able to really put together what does what. Why do we need a 20-to-1 versus a 3-to-1 versus a 1-to-1, as well as sort of bring forward that, yes, the acidic cannabinoids are extremely powerful. Back then people thought they had to be activated. So we did a lot of experimentation. We worked with thousands of patients. And over the course of a couple of decades, we've really kind of tightened up what we're doing. We have a pretty good knowledge base, and we have a great set of formulas that we can help patients with. So that's really been my focus for a long time. But we've been able to put these products back to market again in California, thankfully, through the help of Soulful. Shout out to Soulful. But they've helped me get it into a compliant form and get it out there, as well as, being able to do compassion drops and compassion events with various organizations throughout California as well. So I do make hash. Hash is a passion. I do like, smoking hash, of course. I've been making hash since I'm 15, which was over 40 years ago. Definitely been an admirer and somebody who bought the first series of bubble bags. I do have the first, Gen 1 bubble bags. And definitely a big fan of solventless hash. But my passion is helping critically ill patients like myself and advising patients and trying to see if cannabinoid therapy is relevant. Is it something that would actually help in that particular situation? Because it's not always the appropriate thing, believe it or not. So that's it in a nutshell, I guess. What I've been up to and what I've been doing.
Harry, when you were talking, I don't know if you can see on your phone, but I held up some of your legacy. I still have an original Treatwell wellness and I still have an original rosette wellness. So this is kind of the evolution of how long Harry's been in the game. It's really, really something to admire because you've always been about the patient, right? And always been about making the medicine first to save your life and now to help and save the lives of others. We really
It's
appreciate.
it's very humbling, you know. It definitely changed my life being on my deathbed. As you know, it sounds funny, but it's true. It really spins your head around, and it changed, you know, the direction of my life completely. And during the 215 era, when a lot of people were blowing it up and growing lots of great weed, I was basically you know, giving away all my weed and trying to figure out all the different, you know, cannabinoids, what they do, the different ratios, all the other constituents that come with it, the best extraction methods for such, best suspensions. Like I was geeking out when the big flood of all this great stuff was happening. And even when some of the live rosins and live resins start to come about, I was really hyper focused on essentially making full spectrum extracts for patients. So I was on a little bit of a different course, but
What labs were you using at that time to get those full spectrum readings?
well, to be honest with you, we started before there were labs. And so we were fortunate enough through Lawrence. Lawrence made friends with Samantha Miller. And Samantha Miller, you know, essentially did a lot of her early quantifications of how to test and before she opened a lab with Ringo's stuff. It was sort of a mutual relationship. You know, if you give me cool material, and frankly, you know, Samantha Miller is part of the reason why I'm still alive today. I definitely am very thankful. She provided us with endless amounts of knowledge as well as endless amounts of tests. They did 40,000 tests from what I heard to quantify. They had a clandestine setup. Ringo was doing sort of rapid fire breeding in a very clandestine way, and she was coming in and doing testing. She was also really advanced in that she was able to test plants and quantify what ratios and approximate potency ranges so that it was a lot easier to do our selections, right, for breeding and selecting out moms. And basically that's how we did a lot of that early stuff. And that was before there were any labs per se, even in the 215 era. So I do have a lot to owe to several doctors and people like Samantha. Samantha was the one that identified strains that Ringo had. Ringo, so this is how it started, okay? Ringo originally hooked up with her, and this is when the market was already getting screwed up because of so much flooding from 215, you know, even in the early 2000s. And so he wanted to find the best, highest THC weed out of what he had. Well, what he found was, sure, he had a couple of strains that were high, extraordinarily high THC, but he had a bunch of weird minor cannabinoid stuff. And she said, you have something here. You should do something with this. And that's right when I was basically dying. And so it all came together because she had told him that this stuff potentially was extremely valuable for medicine, that people were studying it and Meshulam was studying it. And, you know, they were starting to work in Tikkun Olam in Israel on some of the research on CBD and some of the other minor cannabinoids. And so essentially that's why I immediately was like, I need this stuff. And I was right next door to him. Essentially, it was right down the hill from him in Larrabee Creek subdivision. So I became the guinea pig willingly, you know, and I was already taking RSO that I made out of ChemDog, and it was helping, but it was not the ticket. And so as the story goes, you know, I got onto this 3-to-1, which was part acidic, part neutral, you know, part decarboxylated. And about 60 days later, I woke up and I forgot that I was sick. And when you have what I have, you don't forget you're sick. And it took me a couple hours, and my wife thought something was wrong with me. And then I realized how much better I felt. And I realized that I got to look into this a little bit more. And people around me that knew me really freaked out because all of a sudden I had this massive turnaround. And I'm not saying that all I did was cannabinoids. There's other parts of the regimen that are very important to keep your health up, your immune system up, and your digestive absorption up, because that's what was failing. I was at risk of going septic. I had barely any absorption. So I had to keep that part up, but the cannabinoids basically allowed my body to shut the switch off of my autoimmune response, and bang. And so truthfully, this formula right here, balance, comes out of all that work. And when people see a miracle like that, it shakes people. It shook me pretty good. And because I believed, but I didn't realize that, that you really could stop your death spiral. So that's how all of a sudden patients started coming. We had people directing patients towards us. You got to remember, the era was highly illegal at that point. So we had a lot of people coming our way that were patients from all over the world, and it just kept building to the point where I had to formalize it, or we were going to get into serious trouble, because we were putting out a lot of full spectrum extract, all of my crop, all of Ringo's crop, and eventually 200 farmers that Ringo had collected. He made a collective called the Lost Coast Collective, I think. That was one of the first collectives here. And everybody was growing this weed, and we were making tons of medicine and helping lots of people. And it got, like I said, it got a little crazy because people were starting to catch on. And regardless of what we were doing, it was still a Schedule I narcotic manufacturing charge. And, you got to be careful. And so that's why we decided to formalize it, be 100% above board as you possibly can, and have as compliant of a company, both legally, financially, and so on. And we had a great team of people, and we got it out to tens of thousands of patients. When 215 shut down, I had over 10,000 active, verified patients, under our roster with all their medical information. And we're pretty proud of what we got to do then. I just wish that the world caught up, and that medicine was a lot more formalized, and that I wasn't the only one carrying the torch right now, so to speak. But, there's a lot of patients like myself that are out of time, out of options. And so somebody's got to do it. And I think that eventually, once all the chaos of the world settles down for a while, people are going to let it back in again, and hopefully a lot more formalized, because that's what it takes, unfortunately, right? You need formalized testing that people adhere to normally, so that the rest of the world will believe it. But I think that that'll come. I do. But somebody's got to hold it down and pass the knowledge on.
Absolutely.
And that's it, man. So
No,
that's my spiel.
You're doing great work, man. And I want to kind of go back to the start of it, because I think there's a really important conversation, and I know I saw it here in Canada. And I also kind of got caught into this sort of compassionate medical thing at a pretty early age. When I moved to Vancouver in 1996, the only person I knew was Hillary Black. She was my one friend. She used to work at Mark Emery's store. She was super young. I mean, I met Hillary when she was, I want to say, 16 or 17 years old. I was probably 21 or 22. We were pretty young. We were the hemp guys from Manitoba. So we were kind of like the hillbillies that came out with the funny accents, the Fargo, North Dakota. Hey, how you doing, eh? Like we got a bag of Silver Haze finger hash here, eh? And so we went to Mark Emery's store, and we just weren't cool. And most of the people that worked there wouldn't give us the time of day. But Hillary gave us the time of day. Hillary understood, and she recognized, and I became dear friends with her. And of course, when she was, kind of going through this thing with Todd McCormick, he was living in that mansion in California down there on Laurel Canyon with like the Reagans as his neighbor. And she was like, should I like move in with Todd? And like, I love Todd, but like he's kind of not really monogamous. And she's a young girl. She's like in love with this guy. She wants to be with this guy, and I'm like, I'm moving to Canada. I'm moving to the West Coast here, Hillary. Like, it would be cool if you stayed just for selfish reasons for myself. And in the end, through her inspirations, through people like Valerie Corral and Mike and all of the people at Wham, and she kind of got inspired to do this compassion club thing. And I remember her being on my living room floor and writing the words she didn't like, which were marijuana and medical. And she's like, I need to kind of change this up. What about compassionate cannabis? And I was like, I like that, Hill. Like, that sounds good. And then she just kind of went out and did this angelic work. She, of course, because we were in Canada and it was also very illegal, she chose the most vulnerable portion of our society, which were homeless people who were drug addicted, who were terminally ill, and who were mentally ill. And let me tell you, those are four very, very heavy cards to hold in your hand at any one given time. And that's who Hillary decided she was going to help. And that's how the BC Compassion Club got started. And I was flipping pounds, just making so much money in the cannabis world that it was Hillary's empathy and compassion that really had an effect on me. And so I started feeling like, well, I'll get some cannabis for the club while I'm, buying my 300 pounds or whatever. And I'll make sure I pull the nicest ones out. And it wasn't long before I'll sell them at a loss. And then it turned into I'll just give them to them and take the full hit myself, because who the fuck in their right mind wants to make profit off of this group of people? They were just too vulnerable. It was like, no, 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 this is like we got to get behind this. And so when I got my medical license a couple years later, my federal license from Health Canada, it was an MMAR license. I felt like I was one of zero. I was one of one. That was the only person in my province, or maybe my country, that wasn't using my medical license to grow cannabis to sell to the black market. And a lot of people were like, well, why are you all so self-righteous? And I was like, because it's affecting the patients. You are using this license as a shield for your own black market. And I'm not against the black market. I stand behind people in the black market, but for God's sakes, don't use patients as your shield. This is terrible. And they were like, no, no, that's not what we're doing. Nobody's doing that. And I know that's what they were doing, because I see what happened when recreational came in right after medical. Recreational was never coming in before medical. Medical was never coming in until we had 4-year-old children having 150 epileptic seizures a day. This was the last leg of prohibition. This was the one that the only person I ever saw argue against it was Chris Christie. He actually argued with the dad of the epileptic child who was having hundreds of seizures a day. And I was like, wow, this guy is like, in fact, it was one of the last times I ever saw him in the news, in the media. He just disappeared after he made that stance, because holy shit, talk about being on the wrong side of history. So when you were talking about how it played out in California with 215 and how it's all wrecked, the exact same thing happened in Canada, to the tune of the pharmaceutical or the pharmacy company owned by Loblaws, a $55 billion company here in Canada, which is called, what was it? Not Pharmasave, London Drugs. Oh, I'm spacing out. Pharmasave. One of the big ones, Shoppers Drug
Stop.
Mart. That's who it was. It
There
was
you go.
Shoppers
Yeah.
Drug Mart. So they had a massive play in cannabis. They were like, look, if we're going to, like, we distribute medicine, it makes sense that we will distribute this if it's a medicine. But because cannabis was both a medicine and a recreational drug, in my opinion, it really affected the patients in a big way. And like a perfect example, Whistler Medical. Okay. They had 15 different oils, oils, very much like what you were holding up there. My partner Daniel created this thing called the Terp reactor years ago, and all he really did was figure, why would you dry the bubble if you have not enough freeze dryers in the first place, and that's your bottleneck? Why don't we take the bubble that we don't want to go into inhalables, and we put it over here into a plant fat into a reactor, and we decarboxylate and cook it into a beautiful oil, sealed, filtered, and it comes out beautiful and gold. This was this was fully decarb. This wasn't like prana or potentially what you're doing with acid versions of the molecule as well as non-acid versions. But they had about 15 to 18 different ones on the website. And my mother, who worked for the police for 35 years, who I finally convinced that she should be using cannabis at least to regulate her sleep and try to understand that this signaling system can regulate like the majority of your biological functions if you allow it to. And so she started buying these oils, and it was a big deal for her. This was a very straight woman who never used cannabis in her entire life, worked for the police for 30 years, thought of it as, the enemy, and then came out as she's becoming, a 70-year-old woman and not being able to sleep. If you can't sleep, you can't heal. If you can't get into a certain level of theta, like a deeper level of sleep, and you're sleeping on the surface of sleep, your inflammation is never going down. You're going to bed with the same amount that you're waking up with. And if you can just get into a deep sleep, even for an hour. I talked to someone the other day who was telling me about their insomnia, and I say, you know who doesn't have insomnia? She said, no, I don't. Who's that? I said, hash smokers. We don't have insomnia. We sleep like babies. And I was turning this woman on to being able to use these oils. Anyway, Whistler Technology gets bought by Aurora for $100 million or some outrageous thing. Now they have maybe two of those oils. My mom was beyond crushed and disappointed. You don't understand the importance of creating a medicine for someone that is going to change their life and allow them to sleep and literally lengthen and improve the quality of their life, and to have that just disappear because now they're too busy, pumping out recreational products. And I'm not trying to shit on the recreational market by any means. And a lot of people will say, well, why don't you just go and purchase the recreational products? Well, it's like, well, they're taxed, they're more expensive, the margins are higher. Like, we got to take care of people with medicine. And I just look forward to a day where we can potentially bring cannabis back. Everyone thought medical was the most important when they knew it was their foot in the door. And now
Yeah.
99% of them have turned their fucking backs on it. And it kind of pisses me off. So I recognize the work that you're doing, Harry. I see you and I thank you. And if there's anything I can do to help facilitate, or my community here at Hash Church can help facilitate, please do not hesitate to ask us. We will do whatever we can.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Marcus.
Yeah, I appreciate Craig bringing you on today. It's so funny. He's like, hey, I got a couple of people. Like, do you think I could bring like Harry Rose and Johnny back on? I'm like, duh. Like, hello, yeah, of course, let's do it. And so, it was a bit rushed to kind of, at the start of the week, I said, let's do it. And Craig was like, oh, geez, well, okay, geez, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to manage to get it. I'll start reaching out. I'll start putting the feelers out. So that's kind of how Hash Church comes up every week. We don't plan shows months in advance. It's really just about, what does the community need to hear? For me, obviously, I love doing shows like we did recently with the big facilities and the shiny, all the money shots and stuff. But I really hold dear to my heart the patient stories, and I'm hoping, I really hope that Wade is doing okay today, and that I hope he will. I sent Monica a message earlier that even if he wants to just come and sit with us, even with the camera off. There's no, I know sometimes he feels shame in regards to the pain that he's feeling in his body. And I just try to get it out as clear as possible that there's no shame here. Brother Wade, you are so welcome and we love you so much. And you're going through the shit right now, dude. And we don't want you going through it alone. So if you're listening and you want to come on and you want to sit with us, camera off, no talking, whatever it is, please, we welcome you forever and always. Wade Laughter. Wade Laughter. What a name. What a name. Welcome, Josh.
It just makes you feel good when you say laughter.
Yeah.
He's just a good person. And Wade, again, we'll just second that emotion that we love you and we're thinking about you every single day. Every moment of the day, I'm thinking about you and sending you love.
Is it weird that I heard you say second that emotion in Donna Godchild's voice? Is that weird?
Probably not. Actually, probably pretty normal. What do you think about it? But yeah, no. Harry, amazing story. And thank you, for not just this, because it's not just a story. It's something that you lived and it's extremely real. And when it's your life, and then you're recounting your life, it's important to remember. This person's every moment, every breath and then to take on your healing and then pass it on to thousands of other people is extremely, it's inspiring, and that's what I think the essence of being a human is. I think that's what touches you in that sacred spot that says, you know what, I'm part of something special. I'm not part of division and all these different ideas and stuff. I'm part of humanity, and we want to feel good, and we have some good ideas on how to do it, so we really appreciate that. And again, Craig, all the work that you do and everyone on here, extremely close to our heart. Marcus, Hillary, we found British Columbia kind of in that light. We were in Oregon and doing midwifery, and we were kind of in that midwife cannabis herbalist realm where all of it was illegal except for in Oregon. I mean, cannabis was super illegal in Oregon in the 90s, but midwifery wasn't. So it was a time when we could really learn about, herbalism and study home birth and traditional midwifery and invite herbalists from other parts of the world to come into our community and teach us. And by us, I mean Kelly, my partner, and then me being around and helping and assisting. It was empowering. And it was a group of people and women that didn't have the law on their back and were able to really support families again in their need in that life and death moment of birth and also death, but mainly death of like an elder. The babies were coming in healthy. So and then finding the Kootenays in the late 90s and then the Nelson area was amazing because it was just this full-blown mountain community with not that many people, but most of the people here were super radical in the way of, hey, you know what? I'm leaving something I don't like, and I'm here to make that new feeling happen, which happened in Oregon, happened in California, happened everywhere. I think it was very much so interconnected. That's why often we don't even like the term borders or, we're from bioregions, and bioregions, they offer ways of life, and it doesn't really matter what countries, they come and go all the time, even languages. I mean, we've spoken all one language and then they change it up. But finding this did allow us to supply medicine and live medicine, kind of have like a medicine life where you chose, no matter what, I'm going to be surrounded by clean water mountains. I'm going to try and go into the forest as much as possible, learn from traditional ways, but also become the traditional way by the lifestyle and kind of maybe be vulnerable at times. And you don't always have, it's not like you start out and you have this international company. You start out as two young people that really are trying to find their way. And then you just have that dedication of like, you know what? One thing I know is I'm dedicated to everything's natural. That's one thing that's not going to waver. Doesn't matter if recreational comes in. Doesn't matter if the government or the UN steps in. Doesn't matter what the USDA says. There is a thread of medicine that needs to shine through in the products. And I agree with Harry on that, and often even with GMP standards in Europe right now and in the different parts of the world, it sort of shaves off biology. It kind of shaves off organic farming and medicine making. It kind of, in a sense, it pharmaceuticalizes it a bit. And then you kind of have to re-educate, that system and through patient care, once again, through patient care and really embody that new level of change. And so, GMP is now something that a lot of people are thinking about in the world if they're going to have international medicine or whatnot. And so it's a whole new way of providing medicine and stuff. So it's probably always important to have your foot in medical for the people, because that's really what medicine's meant for. And that's what the garden teaches you and all that. So that's who
it's why Skunkman Sam did it the way he did it. And he took such a beating for doing it the way he did it. He understood that I want to touch millions of people. I want to get medicine access. He wanted to do his work in a way that the DEA and other groups worldwide wouldn't sort of keep it from happening. And huge shout out to the Kootenays. Obviously, the Kootenays was massively influenced by draft dodgers coming from California and the rest of the West Coast. They brought this incredible. It's funny how draft dodgers is like supposed to be a bad word. I think of it as like an honor, a badge of honor. Like you dodged the ability to go and murder people that you don't know in a different country for like massive corporations and governments that you don't really agree with. And a lot of those people came up to the Kootenays and they started Freakville. Like it was the beginning of this awesome community of people who are into organic farming and into cannabis and into creating a lifestyle that removed you from the slave wage mentality that I guess most of those wars were being fought for in the first place. So
It
I
also,
definitely go ahead.
yeah, it was also the Buddhism and the Gampa and having a Rinpoche in the area that was teaching, meditation and different things. That was a very influential thing in our community. Also, the Doukhobors, which are a Russian sect of people which left Russia or got better, not better, but to be more truthful, they got kicked out of Russia by being a pacifist group and then put into Saskatchewan and then later put into the Kootenays and were a land-based people that really traditionally survived on flax, for food and clothing and everything. But really, in the end, we're just amazing homesteaders, let's say. So when people came from America, different cities in America, and they're like, you know what, I don't even know how to chop wood. I don't know what wood to look for. I don't know how much wood to get. I don't know what saving seeds is. I don't know what it means to need to save a seed so I can plant it next year. Because, you can get seeds, sometimes you can't. So it's always better. Like if I'm eating all the time and there's seeds in all these foods, why am I throwing the seeds away? Why am I not just figuring out how to save seed in my favorite tomato that I love? Like, wow, that makes a lot of sense. So, it was a lot of that. Doukhobors, draft dodgers, and then some of the native people that were around in the Sinaiaks, helped a lot of people live well here. So give thanks. And ganja was free in the sense where you could, in Oregon and Northern California, it was really militant back in the day in the sense of like, guarded by weapons. And there was that kind of, Vietnam vet kind of, mentality in a sense, which was kind of like, it was just harder. And that's just the way it was. And when we came up here, we were just like barefoot running through the mountains. Like, honestly, it was just, can you live here? Because it wasn't even about like, being, whether, because it wasn't just handed to you. You had to really honestly learn.
What year did you move there?
In October of 1998.
Okay, so that was a year that year a lot of people were moving to the Kootenays because, and I'm not saying that you were, but a lot of people moved to the Kootenays in that year because you could just walk pounds right across the border. That was attracting a lot of people. We were buying pounds for 2,000 Canadian, and then you walked it over the border to Spokane, and it was 4,000 US. And in 1998, the exchange rate was 1.49 per US dollar to Canadian dollar. So it was $1.50. So there was this massive influx of American buyers coming and buying cannabis. That's when I was selling cannabis. From 96 to 98, I brokered an enormous amount of cannabis. And the Kootenays was one of my sacred spots, of course, because the Kootenays was one of the rare spots, much like the Okanagan, that you could go and buy hundreds of pounds from one person instead of packs of 25 or 50 or tens or whatnot. So that was a very unique time to move to the Kootenays. I was lucky enough to go to the Kootenays in 1990. I grew my first crop there in 91 with the Holy Smokes guys, with Paul DeFelice and Alan Middlemiss. We grew the A1 Magenta. I remember going out and digging the holes. I remember them teaching me about mixing soil. I was just like, what is it you guys are doing? They had this big tarp out. And they were just throwing all of these things into it and mixing it up. And I was just like, from Manitoba, like, what exactly is this witchcraft that we are engaging in? This was when, and I'm sure it's still to this day, but they were doing a lot of roadblocks in the Kootenays in the early 90s, mid 90s. And
It was
if you got caught with shovels, if you got caught with Any
Pot.
type of anything that's cannabis related. It didn't even have to be cannabis. It would get you on a list and they'd start, it's the Kootenays, so it's super small. It's very much like where I live in the sense that I have one road. South Park makes fun of Canada all the time. They're like, there's one road in Canada. There literally is. There's a road called the number one highway. It goes from the west coast all the way to the east coast. Then you take a 16-hour ferry and it goes all the way across Newfoundland to the other side of that rock. So it is kind of hilarious. The Kootenays is very similar. There's this one road that you have to use to gain access to everything, very much like my road here, the 99 highway, the Sea to Sky highway, which goes up to Squamish, Whistler, and Pemberton. There's one way into this road. Let's just say it's not the smartest road to do any type of crime, or it's very easy for them to pinch both ends of the road and get you in that way. So back in the day,
But
we were a little bit more.
helicopters for.
And helicopters is exactly. The DEA used to spend an enormous amount of money putting gasoline into helicopters up here in Canada, very much the same way they did down in California and throughout the US. They did it up here in Canada as well. Back in the 90s, not me, as in BC, was sending thousands, tens of thousands of pounds. I don't think people really understand how much cannabis was being sent because you might have known a group that was doing this or that, but once you started knowing the majority of the groups, you were like, oh my God, this is tens of thousands of pounds every week
The
was getting sent down there.
hydro scene really blew it up hardcore. That was well,
Yeah,
not just
what
that.
really blew it up hardcore was when Breeder Steve gave these Vietnamese guys the grapefruit cut, and these Vietnamese guys were like on a next level. Like they listened and they worked together and they didn't have the sort of same aspect that Caucasian people have where they like argue and no, I'm just going to do this because I'm the grower and I know better than you. And you just see like Caucasian people ratting each other out and just like not listening. And then you see these Vietnamese guys and one guy would tell them what to do and they would just follow through and listen. And the first couple of crops they grew were shockingly good. Nobody could believe it. And then very soon after, once they realized that, a lot of buyers were bouncing the flower. They were bouncing the resin off of the flower before they were taking it down. And at that point, they stopped drying the flower to make it harder for that. They were drying it still, but they were leaving it really moist, which was a lot harder to get the resin off. This was before people really understood the cold supply chain, that if you make it cold, the resin will come off much easier. But yeah, just an interesting sort of side nudge of the sort of prohibition based cannabis and how it was working here in Canada before Hillary really got into things and
Also,
started promoting medical.
I just wanted to shout out Dustin Sunflower because he's also another person who's in bed right now, not feeling super well in life. Definitely could use like a lot of love and positive interactions from people's thoughts. So, and Dustin Sunflower was part of Holy Smoke, and Holy Smoke, there was 3 people involved in it, and it was super influential to our area. I would also love to hear from everyone else. And thank you for that time. And we love and appreciate everyone here. Everyone has such an amazing story, and I love hearing all of it.
Yes, well said. Well said. Dr. Mark, welcome, Dr. Mark. Is this Terp Team 6? Is this your homie from Vermont? Oh, you're muted. And there you go. Having a PhD does not necessarily make you good at computers. Here, let me ask you to unmute. You're still muted. I don't know why. It's not unmuting. You're still muted. Maybe the trainer can unmute and tell us.
Now, how about that?
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
There he
Okay.
is.
Yeah, I think my mouse is low on batteries or something. Sorry about that. Hey, yeah,
That's
I'm going to
okay.
introduce Trainer. Trainer was actually sitting with me and Kind Bill for the solvent episode, and Trainer is well, I'll let Trainer introduce himself, but he's a hash maker from up here in Vermont, and came by yesterday with this Motor Breath, just absolutely just fucking fire. So thank you, Trainer. Trainer, go ahead, introduce yourself and your company.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. Yeah, my name's Trainer. My company is called Weeping Willow, and we're partners with Haybud here in Vermont. We just working on our manufacturing license and have a organic grow, all no-till living soil, both indoors and outdoors, and a dispensary as well. So we're trying to do the whole integration, but also incorporate, our friends who we like their growing SOPs and all of that stuff. So it's kind of a family affair. Let's see if I can switch my camera around. So got some Chem Dog right here. We just processed, and some Dulce de Fresa melt, the Dulce from Bloom Seed Co.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, delicious, super nice, grapey, gassy terps. Yeah, so I grew up in Massachusetts. Been growing since I was about 15 years old. Started growing down by the railroad tracks in the river, growing a few plants down there. Came up to Vermont for school and have always been really into hash making as well. Made hash in my friends' garages in high school and such. Got a job in the medical market up here on the grow and side and processing. Started getting more into the processing and have just been trying to refine my craft here. And yeah, Vermont's got a pretty strong scene. I think a lot of really talented small growers, kind of in the same vein. Obviously smaller, but the whole NorCal scene, where a lot of people deep in the woods doing their own thing, living by their own laws, kind of the outlaw mentality. So it's been interesting to see that transition into the regulated market here. A lot of really good people and kind characters out here in the hills of Vermont. But yeah, just trying to produce good material that the medical market here in Vermont is tough. There's some moves to really bring in access for medical patients in the recreational market, like removing the taxes for medical patients, allowing for less restrictive packaging. So sure, as you guys all know, like a lot of the recreational markets, they require these like child resistant jars and such, which can be really difficult for people with arthritis, or a lot of patients have difficulty opening the packaging and stuff like that. So some cool things in the works here in Vermont as far as allowing more access to medical patients in the recreational stores that will make it so they don't have to pay tax, make it so they can actually have accessible packaging. But yeah,
Well,
still a lot of work.
they got a stupid THCA cap, Marcus. It's ridiculous. It's like,
Oh yeah,
Quebec. Well, you're right below Quebec, and they have a 30% THC cap right there. I could see them
on
somehow
concentrates,
on everything.
on everything. Yeah.
30%.
So, trainer,
30%.
tell them about the cap that we have here in Vermont.
yeah. So in Vermont, we've got a 30% cap on flower, 30% active. It's defined as activated THC. So your THCA could be marginally higher, but they test it as the activated THC form.
Right.
Concentrates are restricted to 60%. They give us like a 10% variance, they call it, similar to how an edible that you buy in the market, if it's a 10 milligram edible, it might be 11 milligrams or 9 milligrams. That would be the variance. So they allow that similar type of variance on concentrates. So you can be up to 66% activated THC, which would give you up to somewhere in the low 70s of THCA. So there's still we're still able to put good quality concentrates on the market, but in that same vein, we are restricted, and sometimes we'll get a batch that's it might be really, really good, but it's a little bit too hot. And so we're not allowed to put that out on the market. It unfortunately has to become like a vape or an edible, which is really a shame.
Right. So here's a question for you. You seem like a young hip guy. How do we make it
He
cool
certainly
for the
is.
brands? How do we make it cool for the brands to squeeze off no matter what oh, how terrible the medical is and the taxes and the this and the that? How do we still feed into that? How do we still make sure that we're a part of that and that we're still like, my brand is in 7 states right now, and this is something I'm trying to figure out. Like, yes, I'm in the recreational market in 7 different states with conversations going on in about 4 others. But I want to figure out, like, there's got to be a way where, because what they did with medical was the only thing. All of us would have been in medical from the start. And then the minute it kind of became recreational, everyone just jumped ship and went right into the rec market. And the medical market was kind of left like this floating ghost ship in the middle of the ocean without really anyone tending to it. And I mean, when I hear guys like Harry speak, it always makes me feel like, well, I got to be able to do more. There's got to be, and guys like Etienne, and guys like, there's just people who have just been putting so much into this, the medical aspect that, yes, of course, I'm happy to be involved in recreational cannabis, but nothing ever made me feel better in my soul than giving cannabis away for free to medical patients, to compassion patients. So I wonder how we can make it cool on Instagram to post our product and say, this is for medical and I'm going to get less of a margin. How do we make that cool?
Well, you
100%.
basically you reach out to them from their hearts, and you show them why there is a medicinal need, right? And why they have to give a fuck, right? Otherwise, they have no fucks to give or reasons to care, right? But once people see the effect that medical cannabis has on people, you understand that the cost is so high, and you understand why we've been giving away free cannabis for 26 plus years is because it's too goddamn high. It costs too much. It costs a lot to grow. And in all reality, it doesn't. And all these bullshit support financial mechanisms due to prohibition have only propped up the price and only made it more real. So what we need to do and how you make it cool, Marcus, is you have growers adopt a patient. That's how it started for me. Is a veteran grower decided to take extra and give it away for free to other veterans in need, right? So you find somebody in need, and then you promote how you're taking care of them, and who are you adopting? Who are you taking care of? Who are you giving away free cannabis to and taking care of, right? Take a part of your crop, put it aside for people in need, and you find an organization for those people. Like here in California, we have SB 34, so we can donate cannabis to organizations that can then distribute it via dispensary legally, right? Well, other states can do this too if you get your heads out of your ass and you look at, a way in your own state or country to allow for free giving, tax free, so that you can adopt a patient, so that, hi, congratulations, you just found out you got scheduled for cancer. Well, what, now you have to figure out how to grow? No, you a grower finds you and adopts you and takes care of you. And that's how we originally did it here in California. Is it's all about taking care of your community. It's still done one person at a time. And I fortunately had one of Dennis Peron's grower back in the 90s who took care of veterans. And every week I got a free eighth of fresh cannabis. And it made all the difference in the world for my body and my sanity because I was poor. I was an activist on the road and I didn't have the money to afford the cannabis. So this is a way. How do you make it cool? You show compassion, you show love, and you actually give up some of your love willfully. Um, yeah, that's how you make it cool, man. You show it with love and respect. It has nothing to do with financial. It has to do with care and love.
I love it, Etienne. Well put. And I am definitely going to be figuring that out in every state that I'm in. We'll see how it goes.
I think, Etienne, I think that's really beautiful. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Happy Sunday. I just wanted to say that I think one way that we can actively bring medicine back into the conversations is bringing medicine back into the conversations. And I think that that's super easy, and that's something that you can do with $0. You actually don't even have to make connections with other people and do it. You can just start to make sure that your conversations about cannabis, surrounding cannabis, whether you're selling it, whether you're growing it, whether you're just partaking in it, whether you're educating about it, that the idea of medicine, the lab tests of medicine, the backed up responses that we get from people around the world about medicine, the fact that we're bringing forth a huge industry right now that has money, money, money on it because business people have really stepped in, and now taxes, and everybody loves to talk about taxes right now. And or maybe not. But anyway, I just feel like that's something that can easily be done, and it can be done right now, and it can be done even in your own living room. If you're sitting right now on a Sunday morning and you're listening to Hash Church, you can have a really quick conversation with the people around you and be like, oh yeah, how can we bring that conversation of medicine back into even our living room? So that's super simple. All the love, everybody.
Beautiful. Welcome, Kelly. Nice to see you. It was great seeing you guys in Barcelona. Good fun, good fun. Oh, Etienne's requesting. What do we got going on, Etienne? You going to do a presentation? Boom. You are
Yeah,
muted, good sir.
that's what compassionate looks like, people. Last week, I wasn't on Hash Church except for a blip because me and my boy Mike from Veterans Action Council, we thanks to Puffco, they donated me a Puffco, but of course Wade burned himself lighting a joint, and he was on with us, and he was upset about it, and I couldn't, in good conscience, sit on that Puffco, and so I drove 4 hours each way to go visit him last week, and this is him pontificating last week on Hash Church. So compassion is sometimes about just getting off your ass and doing something. Okay, contributing and showing love, because the smile on his face and the tears in his wife's eyes, hearing him laugh again, made all the payment in the world. And so it's not about money, people. Sometimes it's about reaching out to friends. It's about extending yourself a little bit and inconveniencing yourself, because sometimes you have to do that in life to show the love. So
Compassion
that's what
is
I
a
want.
verb. Compassion is a verb, right? He said that I made a little clip of Wade's quote from last week's show about how it's an action, right? It's where empathy changes, right? Empathy is the feeling, but when you engage in the action of empathy to help, then you are creating compassion. Beautiful. Very
And
touching words.
With all that's going on these days, again, I don't want to steer the conversation politically, but there was a recent politician who made the statement that a society is judged by how it takes care of the most vulnerable people. And
Exactly.
if you think about that, that's really that's where the compassion comes from. It's so much better to give than receive. And those of us who have given over the years, and I see ATN snapping his fingers because I know he believes, someone like ATN who has provided medicine and did what he needed to do to bring Wade, a little bit of laughter. I mean, who better to have laughter than Wade laughter, right? But yeah, think about that.
Sure.
How a society is judged is how we take care of the most vulnerable people, the sickest and the poorest people. And if you think about that, that's what compassion's all about.
That's kind of one of the reasons I always look down on the American government more than anything. For so many years, everyone's arguing about who's in power. I'm like, really? They're all treating veterans like shit. Like, so where's the win? Like, how can
Yeah.
you want to vote this way or that way when they all treat veterans like shit? People they sent to war and
Yeah,
completely fucked psychologically, physically, emotionally,
forever.
in every way that you could possibly
Yeah.
do that, maybe to the
If you
highest
can't,
level that it can be done,
if you
and
can't
then to
take
ignore
care,
them.
if you can't take care of your veterans, you should never send them to war to begin with. You know, as soon as you send one of these kids off to war, we have to assume that we have to take care of him when they come back. AT, I don't know if you saw this, but there's a really interesting study now that shows that veterans can get traumatic brain injury without actually having a wound to the head, just by using those really loud guns and ammunition is enough to send a shock wave through the brain that actually causes traumatic brain injury. And there was a recent suicide of a veteran whose father is kind of taking on the challenge now to make sure that they know that you don't need to have a gaping hole in your head to have traumatic brain injury. Just firing those weapons, the shock wave from that is enough to cause severe damage. And I think we all know that, cannabis can help reduce neuroinflammation. It protects the brain and it's neuroprotective. It's antioxidant, it's fat soluble antioxidant, so it protects the fatty tissues in our body from oxidation and from things that can cause cancer. And so we all know the central role that the endocannabinoid system plays in regulating all the other systems in our body. I've said it before on Hash Church, Marcus. The endocannabinoid system is our body's own pharmaceutical company, and nurturing that through diet and through, again, cannabis and phytocannabinoids should be looked at vitamin supplements, just like vitamin C and vitamin D and vitamin F, and that we're all taking all these vitamins and everything, but ultimately cannabis is keeping our bodies healthy because there is no recreational use of cannabis. Marcus, I want to just add one other thing. You had David Allen reach out to me during the week. Oh my God, that guy is just such a trip, man. He's so funny to talk to. He's like, I could see we're just having him a
I'm trying to
discussion
get
with
him in
him.
right now. I'm texting
Y-
with him
y-
right now saying, come in. He's like, well, I'm watching, I'm
Yeah, I mean,
learning. I'm like, no,
y-
come in, dude. You're a voice of authority.
yeah, I
We
mean,
all watch and learn together, Doc. Get your fucking ass in here, for
yeah.
Christ's sakes.
Here's a guy who's a noted heart surgeon, right? I mean, did open heart surgery on patients, saved patients' lives, who really understands the central role of the endocannabinoid system and how that plays in mediating human health and disease. And he's just such an interesting guy to talk to, man. What started as just a quick conversation ended up being about 2.5 hours. You can imagine me and him on a phone call, just
You
back
guys
and
had your
forth.
own hash church.
Oh man, it was so funny. But he's drawn me into wanting to participate in your journal club, and
Yes,
really
please.
making it something that can be used not only to educate people, but can be used as a reference that people can go back to and refer to certain episodes and discussions around
Yes.
scientific journals. We got to keep this thing going, that cannabis is really a medicine, and that the endocannabinoid system is a very important way of controlling human health, and we can't just let it go over to Schedule 3. I think that's just a misconception that that's somehow going to create better access to patients. We need to remove it from the schedule altogether. It's not dangerous, so it shouldn't be scheduled. And certainly the DEA has got all kinds of other issues like fentanyl and heroin to go after that are basically killing people. So yeah, we need to get it removed. We need to harmonize what is industrial hemp down here, which yeah is, drug variety, type 3 cannabis, which is low THC. We need to harmonize those two markets and those two things because those two industries fight in our states. There's various lawsuits. There's various places where you can grow THCA flower, which we all know is just cannabis, and it really hampers.
Cannabis is such a chameleon, hey? She's just a
Yeah,
trickster.
but the patchwork of regulations throughout the country needs to be gotten rid of, and they need to basically harmonize this throughout the country because right now, again, there's lawsuits, there's ways that you can basically, play both sides, and I think a lot of the MSOs are making now hemp plays because they realize it's a much larger
Course.
addressable market with
Course.
a whole lot less regulation. But we need to
Be
get
careful
these
what you
two
ask for.
sides to come together,
Be
right?
careful what you ask for. Ain't that the truth? She's a trickster. You want to categorize her? Good luck. Good luck categorizing her.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ryan Lee.
Hey
Welcome, Colin
Ryan, hey
Palmer.
Colin, how are you guys?
Good to see
Hey.
you, man. I jumped in at a really interesting time when you were kind of in the thick of it, but and the topic of THCA and percentage points and THC percentage points, Dr. Mark, I've been asked by viewers to kind of bring this up a few times, which is how important is, THC percentage to, let's say, when you're buying flower versus, terpenes versus the other chemical constituents that are there. I think for the audience, it'd be fun to kind of dive in from a science mind. How important do you believe these things are?
Yeah. No, it's a great question. So I saw a presentation at the American Chemical Society meeting last week given by Yasha Khan from MCR Labs, who presented a bunch of interesting statistical data. And so, yeah, Colin, it totally makes sense. Like if you're looking at yield, you're looking basically at trichome density. So the higher your trichomes, not only the more cannabinoids, but the more terpenes you're going to have as well, right? Because inside the trichome is both cannabinoids and terpenes. But what was really interesting is, when you look at trends between sun-grown versus grown indoors, I think I may have talked about this last week on Hash Church. There was that study that was done, and
Yep.
if you dig into like different again cultivation methods, there's David. Hey, Dr. David, how are you? Good to see you again.
Good morning.
There is correlations again between terpene profiles that you can get like from sun-grown cannabis, regenerative soil. I'm looking at Josh and Kelly here. The real environment that the plant evolved in versus trying to make some chemical soup in an indoor grow to
Right.
try to match where the plant
Look,
has
look at
been
Craig as well.
for millennia. But isn't it true? Again, I mean that's where IP comes in. It's like how
Yeah.
can you replicate that in an indoor growing environment? And I know people can grow indoor fire. So obviously the formula is there. If you are you in soil? Are you in rock wool? I mean, are you completely hydro? Are you vertically stacked? Or are you concerned more about, making sure that the plants are in the right environment to get the maximum expression of secondary metabolites? It's so cool to see the American Chemical Society and all these other places like the ASTM try to develop, industrial standards for high quality production because that's exactly, the fellow Harry was talking about GMP. I mean, I think ultimately GMP is going to kick in at some point, and some facilities are going to be ready for that. So, GMP, a big piece of that is having your quality control manual so you can know like when a batch meets product specifications and when you know it doesn't. And you have to be able to bite the bullet to say, okay, that doesn't meet product specifications. It may go to a lower value product in use. But I don't know
So
if
here's
that
a
answers
question
your
based
question.
on that. Here's a question based on
Yeah.
that. How much of the cannabis grown under those, once again, categorical boundaries will be the best medicine versus if you could actually grow it in the way that it's like, well, you're not allowed to do that. You can't have like animals walking around and the
Yeah.
sun beating down on your plants. Like this shit has to be like, like 1952 Lysol disinfectant. We're just going to kill all biome, all bacteria. Like, can you grow the better cannabis like that? Or is the better cannabis, particularly the secondary metabolites that you just mentioned and their rate of expression, are they not the most facilitated or positively impacted by that living soil sun
Yeah.
methodology of growing?
Well, look what GW did, right? When GW had to put a production of CBD forward to make their Epidiolex, right? They used Sam's genetics, right? And figured out how
Yeah.
to blow out entire rooms indoors, right? I don't believe GW did outdoor cultivation.
No, that's
Everything
not
I
true.
saw from
They
GW
did.
was,
That's not
It was
oh,
true at
they
all.
greenhouse,
did do
right?
outdoor?
No, no,
They did outdoor.
Just field.
it started out
Oh,
as a
okay.
field in England, and then they moved it to Portugal, and now they grow the CBD in a greenhouse that's attached to the largest sugar plant in Britain called British Sugar. And they grow like in the sugar extraction process from sugar beet. There's obviously a ton of heat that's produced, and so they've piped that heat into like a 40-acre greenhouse complex, and they produce the CBD plants in there. If you actually, I misspoke before. We had that lady on that was talking about GW and whole plant extracts. And I actually did a bit of a deep dive on this. CBD is not formulated from a whole plant extract. It's a formulation using an isolate.
Yeah.
So all they do is they create an isolate and then they formulate using that. So it's different than Sativex, in which they're using actually whole plant extracts.
Right. And Sativex is 1-to-1.
Well, more or less. It's not exactly 1-to-1, but it's like 0.97 to 1 or something like that.
So do they make that from the mother liquor that's generated in their process to make, or do they grow a 1-to-1 variety?
No, they grow different they grow different type 3 and type 1s and then they mix them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But the
You know,
CBD
on
is
the
made the CBD is actually made from an isolate, and then it's just so it's I went and looked deep into this. It's really just the pure compound mixed in with a carrier and a flavorant, like it's a liquid carrier. So what
So
I
it could
said
be
before about
synthetic then, right, Ryan? It could be completely synthetic.
well, there's plant fats and plant fats in there too as well, Ryan,
no,
right?
no, no, it's an
No?
isolate.
I
It's an
thought
isolate. So they actually just crash out the CBD and use the crystal CBD. So the point is that the Epidiolex formulation is not tied to a plant, whereas Sativex is.
And
got it.
it's a
Wow.
hex extraction, is that right, Ryan?
It's a hexane.
Is it hexane to get like an isolate like that?
Well, you can use a whole series of alkanes. I'm not sure
Yeah, you need a
which one they
hydrocarbon.
use.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think they figured out how to do this with limonene. Shout out to our dearly departed friend Horatio, right? So
They're
they
using the
figured out how
most.
to use
Yeah.
limonene, and that's if you see organic CBD isolate, because you can't have organic CBD come in contact with things like hydrocarbons like pentane. So I think they figured out how to do this with limonene or maybe pinene or some other uh, terpene, and that's so-called organic CBD isolate, which you could see sells for a premium over regular isolate.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Dr. Mark, you know, and Marcus too, you know, bringing up the idea of medium, you know, I know through my journey as a young guy trying to figure all this out, I was indoctrinated into organic farming and then learned this other world of traditional ag through that. And then now I'm as an older self back to organic farming. And through that journey, you know, commercializing organic was a real learning experience because of the, as you said, the testing alone is really a deterrent for most people. It's almost like fear mongering in my eyes, where you have to learn, you know, through your process and develop, like you said, IP around how you're going to move from stage to stage, from propagation all the way through to your end flowering stage, and testing the soil, testing the cell, you know, the plants, different parts of the plants to understand, you know, perhaps what the microbial load might look like towards the end of the finishing cycle. But you know, through the experience of doing this, I will say, and Josh and Kelly, you know, you've been a major inspiration in terms of the commercial side of this for me. You know, it's something that we have a lot of work to do with policy, because as I said, it's very fearful, you know, that to go all this way and then all of a sudden say you can't sell this thing, you know, and that's, to me, it feels like we have a lot of work to do in that realm because policy doesn't match up with what the plant needs, and the product factually is a better end product. Your bioassay it usually tells all, you know, yeah, testing's great, but you know, put your face in that bag, smoke it, enjoy it. It really tells a different story than other mediums that I know others in this group have grown in, and I think you can concur with that. That there's a broader, stronger profile that comes from the end result that we're all chasing. So how do you think we moved towards a better world like that, Mark? Like in terms of policy and testing?
Well, you mean like compliance testing, like sending the
Like
third party testing?
COAs, you know, the aspergillus testing and see, you know, see a few counts and things that
Yeah.
are really founded on also fear, right? Like a lot of this stuff is founded on fear. I mean, it's not there's not a whole lot of data if we're really honest about it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this lab shopping phenomenon that's happening right now is that, there are some labs that are failing samples. I know this is a really profound problem in Massachusetts, Trainer. They're getting some labs that are basically failing samples for, high counts of Aspergillus and E. coli, and in other labs who are letting those samples go and passing them, giving high THCA scores. So which lab do you think the producer is going to use, right? So yeah, it's really difficult. Again, if you're using PCR, so PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction, and what you're doing is you're just identifying fragments of DNA. It doesn't really say whether you have an active infection or not that can actually affect the consumer. And the other thing is that, like, this whole thing about mycotoxins, mycotoxins are the product of bacteria and fungi that are basically antibiotics that are exuded from these organisms to, again, try to do the survival of the fittest. It's looking to basically, protect their living environment. What we know, like with peanuts and aflatoxin, the reason why people die from peanuts is you have people who are allergic to these compounds, and they're very, very small amounts could basically set off anaphylactic shock and really put these patients into a whole world of hurt. Well, I don't know if there's ever been a documented case of aflatoxin occurring on cannabis. There's a couple other ones. There's ochratoxin. They all have the word toxin in their name, right? And they're super toxic compounds, but just because they occur in other produce doesn't mean that they're going to occur in cannabis, right? And I've asked experts, again, who says, do we really understand what the mycotoxin profile is from, you know, organisms that live on cannabis, and what is the toxicity levels? I mean, for a lot of these compounds, I mean, some of these things are kind of like they're carbohydrates and they're sugars. They're not necessarily the kind of things you would look at and say, well, that's a toxic molecule. But it's people's immune response that creates the toxicity. And it's that thing called cytokine storm, which is part of the response to the COVID virus, right? Your immune system just gets put on autopilot and gets put into overdrive and just starts emitting all these uh, cytokines. David, we talked about mast cell degranulation and the emission of these basically pro-inflammatory cytokines, which are the reasons why you have difficulty breathing and the reason why you have the allergic response you do. But it's so weird to think that, again, just because they occur on peanuts, that somehow they're going to also occur on cannabis. So I think there could be mycotoxins on cannabis. And David, we talked at length about cannabis hypermesis syndrome, which, there's a lot of controversy over it. There's a lot of controversy on whether or not that's a natural response in your body. A lot of uh, uh, there's been a lot of literature to understand why cannabis actually attenuates nausea, and certainly what Meshulam showed is that he could administer sublingual doses of THC below the psychoactive level and completely block nausea that's associated with chemotherapy in kids. I mean, this has been published now for like almost 30 years. It's been out there. The difficult thing is, like, with a lot of responses in the body, there's something called a biphasic result. And in a biphasic thing is that, yes, what controls nausea is some type of set of receptors in your body that's causing your muscles to contract and causing you to basically empty the contents of your stomach. That can be basically a dose response curve where you could look at, very smaller doses can control nausea, but at very, very high doses, you get this biphasic inversion where now you're on the other side of the seesaw, and now you're actually promoting that response in your body. There's a lot that's not known about, what causes that, whether or not it's a sensitivity in certain patients. And, again, Dr. Dave and I had talked about this in length the other night. We want to have a journal club on it so we can talk about all the published studies that are out there. I think we can lay it to rest that it has something to do with neem oil. I know that that was a convenient kind of theory that I think has been completely debunked now. But whether or not it's an actual thing and whether or not it's something that, again, there could be a biochemical basis for in the body, I think still remains to be seen. But getting back to your question, Colin, I mean, I think that, it's, the, all cannabis use is medical. Dr. David said it in his little YouTube blurb. There is no such thing as recreational cannabis. It's getting into our bodies. It's protecting the fatty tissues of our body from free radical mediated damage. It's helping our brain regenerate neurons and it. Well, we used to say, back in the day, you go your buddy in the dorm room, hey, let's go kill some brain cells, let's go smoke some weed. You're actually doing just the opposite, right? So what we now know is that cannabis and cannabinoids actually promote nerve cell growth. So there's so many things that we still need to figure out, and that's one of the reasons why we're really pissed about this NIH shutdown, because there's all kinds of work that the NIH was doing that's really important to understanding how cannabinoids work and how we can incorporate it into a modern pharmacopoeia. And hopefully things like, the CanMed conference and the ACS conference, these will all be things that can start winning over medical doctors so they realize that there's another option than prescribing some FDA approved drug, which has all these other side effects.
I think we got to be careful when we keep saying that. I mean, I'm just saying there's unintended consequences. When we say all use is medicinal, then all cannabis is a medicine, and that's when you start getting all the crazy regulations, right? Like the European pharmacopoeia has all this stuff about like the level of contamination that's required for inhaled medicines, right? Like meaning inhaled powders, like those um, asthma type drugs. And you're never going to get cannabis to be that sterile, right? Without e-beam.
And that's what. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's just, I think we got to be wary of the double-edged sword that is when we start saying that all use is medicinal.
It's a really good perspective, Ryan. I mean, it's interesting because it's a very cautious perspective. I don't think there's any wrong here, just my 2 cents. I think Dr. Mark's intention here is to say that, hey, you're repairing, you're repairing your body, and I think
Yeah.
that is wellness and at its very base. But something Dr. Mark said, the GMP stuff in our industry in the United States is here. My lab is CGMP compliant, and we had to go through audits and write SOPs and standard all the things that we had to do to get that up to, to where that needs to be. But we have, there's a long way to go in terms of what that looks like and the governing body behind looking at those products that you're creating under the CGMP guidelines, because there really isn't any. I mean, we have this certification, but who's coming and checking, right? That's the other thing to talk about here.
Yeah, well,
But
there's so many things to like unravel in that whole thing. I mean,
Yeah.
Canada did the same thing. We're like, when they were like, oh yeah, you're claiming that it's medicine, no problem. We're going to treat it as regulations. Now the bar is set so high that you have all these things to meet. And look, you can produce absolute garbage cannabis that passes GMP requirements, right? So it's like, just because like you have a COA that says that it's passed and it's safe, it doesn't mean that it's good weed, right? Or resin or whatever it is. It's like there's a difference between quality as measured by a COA and quality as measured by a head, right? They're not the same thing.
They're distant cousins.
There's also, the GM,
like my eyebrows.
There you go. The GMP standard is for post harvest as well. Just to be clear for the for the people listening and stuff, GMP is post harvest, and then GACP is the standard for the growing and the collecting, the agricultural and the collecting practice of it. And so as farmers and farms move forward and they want to towards the international market,
Thank
The
you.
big the beginning part of it is a GACP standard, and then it's becoming GMP or EU GMP, because the EU GMP standard is more stringent than just the GMP standard. So it kind of does bottleneck what you can make as a product and how you can grow as well. So I would say, Colin, that the goal through education, as I mentioned before, is trying to figure out ways, and maybe that's through case studies, or Ryan and everyone here, David and Mark, everyone's involved on the scientific and the research aspect of it. But I think it's just going to be a continued educational need to bring forward organics and show how organics or herbs in soil make sense. Why does nettles make sense in soil? That type of interaction between soil feeding the plant and its cannabinoids, it's kind of romantic in some sense, but then there's this beautiful reality behind it. I feel like it continues to prove itself, but for the standards, it does have to be semi-pharmaceuticalized. So I believe there's going to be continued education needed on that. But it does give people something to shoot for if they're building new farms and coming to new places, is to start to pay attention to new standards. And every country, not every country, but the major countries of the world that are importing and exporting cannabis have a little bit of a different standard for Brazil and different parts of the world as well. So
Well, they're going to have to figure it out, because right now there's big gaps. There are these massive gaps in the fact that, like, well, the best medicine is probably grown on like a regenerative farm. It's like, no, we have to grow the medicine in a sterile environment where it's like, okay, so there's a gap. I know Dr. David Allen has explained to me there's a massive gap in what, like, even when you mentioned him earlier, Dr. Mark, and the fact that, like, here's this renowned surgeon who operated on people's hearts and saved many, many, many lives, and has an understanding on what the endocannabinoid signaling system is and how it functions in the body. How much of a gap is there in regards to even doctors having any real understanding? We're talking about the science of it and all the universities and doing all these different studies and doing all of this, but there's such a massive gap on the other side where they don't seem to want to know about it, and I'm sure it's part of the reason you got ostracized so hard, Dr. Allen, because that you were willing to kind of be a voice for this. Nothing to say. Nothing to say.
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah.
You talking to me? Hey, yeah, we're
Yeah, you talking to me, man?
Let me just add one thing. I think it's cool to think that, GW did it. Other companies can do it, I mean, maybe that's the boldest lesson that we learned from GW, is that this medicine can be pharmaceuticalized into a pill or into something that doctors have the confidence to
Only because of the
prescribe.
work Skunkman Sam did. They were able
Yeah,
to
I mean,
see what he was doing, see the value of what he was doing, and capitalize on it big time.
Well, Marinol did exist, though. It was there. It just turns out it wasn't what we wanted, right? Those of us who tried it, realized, yeah, they could do that. But what you say also, Dr. Mark, also the double-edged sword of people talking about Schedule 3, is that pharmaceuticals have had the access to this plant and to make things for years, and they haven't. And what they've made, we didn't like, and what they put forth, we didn't want. And what did we do in the meantime? We created what we wanted, and we'll continue to do what we wanted, because they can pharmaceuticalize it, but it doesn't meet the medicinal needs that we're searching for, right? Eventually, they could capture it, but the amount of research to bring a new drug to market, right, costs about $2 billion, right? So in about 10 years. So yeah, I don't think they're really that interested, honestly. So that's why the rest of us are doing this, right? Correct me
Well,
if I'm wrong, Doc.
one
I
thing
have a
that's super
solution.
interesting. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I had a nice talk with Fred Gardner the other day, and he used to publish the O'Shaughnessy paper. on cannabis. And I've also had discussions with Mary Lynn Mathry with Patients Out of Time. And, this is all about turf. And so everybody's trying to hide their turf. So every separate entity like plumbing or cabinet making or anything, they try to hide their information of what they do, so everybody can't do it, and so it's a turf battle. So everybody's trying to make money off this turf, and really it's not medically acceptable because it's not being taught to the physicians. And so Fred Gardner said, and I think he's exactly right, one of the major obstacles to cannabis science is it's not being taught to medical doctors and veterinarians. So I recognized this when I was in Sacramento, and we called 157 medical schools in the United States. And we found out who the director of the curriculum was and asked them if they were teaching this science to the doctors that were graduating that year. And the answer was only 13% of medical universities in the United States even mentioned the endocannabinoid signaling system, and nobody had an organized course or anything else. And so really the major obstacle to cannabis being advanced as a science is because it's not being taught to medical doctors and probably veterinarians. But actually, I think probably veterinarians may be more advanced than doctors in this science. And the propaganda in this science is so bad that it affects the language that the people speak about it. So even Dr. Meshulam, the saint of cannabis science, was afraid to say cannabis. And so the endocannabinoid system became the endocannabinoid system. And it's cannabis, it's not cannabis. So the propaganda is so strong. So I would recommend that we gather a bunch of interns together and start a study and call all the medical schools in Canada and United States and South America and everywhere else we target, and see if the doctors or the veterinarians are teaching this new science to the doctors or not. And then once we get the information, anybody that helped gather this information their name would be put on a article that we would print about the results of who is teaching and who is not teaching this critical science of homeostasis. And so you could put your name on a article that's going to be breaking. It's going to make history. You could become part of history by putting your name on a article regarding who is teaching this science and who's not. So that's what I'd like to do.
And I think that this conversation is going to be coming even more into the international standards, because the German pharmacists now have access to this. The German pharmacists are the ones that are going to be purchasing, that already are doing the massive purchases for Germany as well as for all of Europe. And I just think that I could ask you all a question of what happens when the Germans get a hold of something and then start realizing what the right way to do it is. So if we don't step into the science of it now, they will surpass us very quickly. They're hungry for the knowledge. We were just over in Czech Republic. We're headed back in a couple more weeks. to have conversations with pharmacists. They're asking all of the right questions. They want to know, they're super hungry for it, rather than, you know, what we're facing here in Canada, which is supposedly recreational a long time ago, medical in the US a long time ago. And I feel like we have the capability to sort of meld these systems together, whether it's GMAP, GMP, I can't even, I know I'm wrong.
IMC, GAP for Israel, and Visa for
LMNOP.
Yeah, I can't
ICBC,
remember.
what do you?
I feel like I'm writing them all day, but I can't even remember
it's
them.
a lot to learn. The API is another big important thing for the European market as far as the pharmaceutical aspect of the plant. So
and you know, this mainstreaming and this idea of mainstreaming cannabinoids, mainstreaming terpenes, the conversation is already going into, well, if we have this blend of terpenes, then we're going to be seeing these certain ailments maybe subside, or these certain symptoms, we can tag them to these certain symptoms. They're already having these conversations. And with the knowledge that the plant's highest potential is going to be in organics, what we were talking about earlier, just the highest potential of the plant. I'm not talking about, is it going to be cheaper? Is it going to be easier? But also they're very interested in that knowledge as well. So I feel like it may start to come full circle. We're talking about how it became recreational. It was really ruined. Well, none of the doctors, none of the pharmacists, none of the scientists really wanted to know what we were starting to recognize and know about. And maybe now with this European market opening up, they are going to want to know that. And
they were afraid.
They were afraid.
And now they want to run everything on a COA, and they want to make all purchases based off of COA, which in some cases talk about just not even having a strain name. Really, all you have is a cannabinoid profile and a terpene profile. And that's what you're selling.
That's going to help with sleep. And then they're going to want to, you know, they're already talking about making these categories of really basic sleep, awake, pain, and they're associating that already with the terpene and the cannabinoid profiles, and realizing yet again, here we are, to bring out the highest potential in the plant is going to be bringing it back to a natural system. Pretty interesting.
The craziest thing we saw was growing indoor CBD hemp, and then bringing it to a laboratory and adding synthetic, and I hope, Ryan, you have something to say about this, but and then adding synthetic cannabinoids and terpenes to that hemp, and then selling it all over Europe. If we're honest with ourselves, we're moving into an area where Europe is going to actually be able to buy from farms in the world. Right now, they're going to start to buy from Canada, hopefully from the US and other places in the world, but they're going to be, you know, replacing, you know, indoor grown CBD with synthetic cannabinoids on it. And then those cannabinoids are pharmaceutically proven to be safe. So on one level, you know, you're saying you're selling medicine that's actually pharmaceutically totally, it's been proven, you know, in the lab that it's safe for you. And then they can say, oh, well, this is going to uplift you and this is sleepy. And, you know, we can decide as a community what type of medicine we're looking for when we go, you know, to buy that medicine at the store
by
or from the
simply
pharmacy.
Spraying the indoor hemp flowers. Pretty unbelievable.
Well, the thing that I hear a lot here is perhaps maybe two things.
I'm sorry, Colin. I that's my bad. Etienne had his hand up.
Oh,
Please
sorry,
hold your
man.
thought. Etienne, you go ahead. No, that was my bad not mentioning it earlier. Go ahead, Etienne.
I just wanted to clarify something that just happened today is that along what Dr. Allen was saying, today the American College of Physicians actually put out a best practice advice for marijuana use in chronic non-cancer pain. So yeah, there is actual, you know, besides of course the American Nurse Association now having a book on teaching today. So I just put that link into the chat there in the YouTube, and it's in the chat here. That's a major step in the direction of educating the next generation of physicians, as well as we now have the nurses, as the American Nurse Association recognizes cannabis nursing as its specialty. So, if you're a new nurse, you can actually go into cannabis medicines now. So there are headways, and I'm thankful that you're here, Dr. Allen, but it's great that science and now these doctors are pointing other doctors in the understanding of the direction of that education. It's not everything we needed, but it's a small step, but it's a big step.
Right.
It's a big step. And my best friend actually is got her master's in cannabis pharmacology. So she can now be what she did with me with my chronic pain, right? She can prescribe things and help people. And I think that it's so awesome, as a chronic pain sufferer who without this plant, I would not be sitting here. I will tell you, I mean, I think I've told this story before, but I'll say it again. I was on over 200 milligrams of oxy a day, and that was prescribed by a doctor. And I thought I was doing everything right for myself, right? Like, and then I found my new pain doctor, and he's like, "Well, what do you need?" And I'm like, "Listen, man, like, I need help. I'm in pain, and this nothing's helping." And I commentate on swimming. So I would commentate on the race, I would do the replay, and then we would go to do the interview. And I couldn't remember why I'm talking to this person who I'm interviewing. I had no idea. So I told him, I said, my life has to change. And I'm so thankful that he told me that oxy doesn't even help the nerve pain that I have. It actually makes it worse. And he, along with my best friend, suggested I try cannabis. As a pain doctor, that's huge, right? So I really do think we're taking steps in the right direction. I do worry a touch that maybe a lot of us are I hope they're not placating us right now, because if you look at the medical field, we still don't know a lot. And here I go, soapbox. We still don't know a lot about perimenopause or menopause. A lot of the OBGYNs and those doctors, they come out and they've only had 2 weeks of a class in that. And so I'm hopeful that the medical community want to move cannabis forward. I would say even quicker than that, because it will save a lot of lives. As I said before, it saved my life because, if I got off meds and I didn't have anything else to help me, I would have had that dream of hitting a pole as fast as I could come to fruition. So I just want to say thank you to all of you that I've had the opportunity to talk to before, but that are really moving this forward in the world and bringing it to everybody's attention. Because without people like you, there would not be crazy lunatic 6-time gold medalists that love to smoke weed. Cheers, like me. So
Right.
thank you very much.
Nice.
I
Was
just
that
want to
your
say
was that
I
your
adore you.
proxy? Was that your proxy?
You know what? Look at her. Isn't she pretty?
Oh,
I
you
got
got the
that
fancy
terracotta.
the
I mean,
terracotta.
right. I love a Sherlock, and this is great. But you know what this has taught me is that when I go into my Puffco Peak Pro, I don't put water in it anymore. I don't like the water filtration for the taste of those terpenes that we're talking about, right? And I think everyone's taught like, oh no, you're supposed to put your terps through water. Oh no, oh, puppy dog, yay! I had to
I
blur
don't
out
put
my background
mine.
because mine was really enjoying his bed for the first hour and a half of the pod, so it's blurred.
That's hilarious. Go ahead, Colin. You had your hand up.
Yeah, so you kind of reinforced there, what I was going to say earlier is, it sounds to me there's really two things here is a system, which is based in education, and trust. Trust is the number one thing I see, and I recognize that is broken all the time. You go in, you're like, I need help, and then you go and you get something, and you're like, yes, that was great, and then you go and try to find it again, and you're just confused all over again, right? So I think that's in the medical field, you don't have that because you have pharma dealing with monomolecular, or in some cases, other, things that they've spent a lot of time, in a lot of cases, collecting data, sometimes making up the data, whatever you want to call it, to get this place of trust, right? To say, hey, we went through these trials and now we can bring this to someone, and we have some trust here to talk about. So I think that's the hardest part for us, because it's such a complex world of chemistry, looking at Dr. Mark, that, you know, we often forget that it sounds very simple to us because we're so in it, but it's very complex to the most simple mind. So I think that has to start with real vernaculars of how do we talk about things? What are those things you're talking about? You know, Kelly brought up buckets. I feel like buckets can be really dangerous. You know, like it's sleep, it's energy, it's creativity, it's, you know, and there's pharmacology is looking for these human, you know, very human things. You know, going to psychology, it's very human to want to know, but we just don't know, and that's the you know, that's where the trust, you lose the trust. Why? You don't know. How am I supposed to trust that? So these are the things, you know, asking you about the THC, high THC percentages. I truly understand that they don't truly matter. And I think that you have a better shot at getting a better spread of chemical constituents that may help you therapeutically. However, are those chemicals present is to be seen, right? You have to look at the COA, you have to look at the way that it was cured and brought to market. But that's often, again, consumers go in back to the point of trust. They go into a store looking for a brand, and a brand is in cannabis in any world is a performance over time, and it's a promise, right? And that promise is a performance you do consistently and make good on that promise to that consumer or whatever it is. And in agriculture, you know, to everyone's point earlier, it's very difficult to standardize something that is so you know, so loose. So going back to these two things, education and trust, I often find, you know, myself looking at these two things, and I wonder, you know, Dr. David Allen, you know, in the medical field, and Dr. Mark, are these you know, backroom conversations happening to find the best way to talk about wellness and how that drives, you know, a patient and what that means for a patient? You know, are they truly thinking in these ways, or are they nervous about the lack of education and the lack of trust?
I don't know how to exactly answer that question. You know, doctors are fearful of losing their DEA license to prescribe medicines, which is a federal license, and you can't deal in a federally banned substance and have a DEA license.
Right.
So doctors are afraid to even talk about this subject, and many times the patients, because you know you use cannabis and it helps you, and you know for sure this stuff works, but the doctors don't. And so the enthusiastic patient goes to the medicine doctor and says, well, what do you think, doc? And he doesn't have any basis to even make a comment on that. And as we all know, medicine doctors know everything and do nothing, and surgeons know nothing and do everything. And so many times the patients know much more than the doctors do about this subject. And so the way to get around that is to teach doctors this subject. And so that's going to come in the future. And I would like to be a part of that to change this where this is not a taboo subject. Because this is a taboo science right now.
And why is it so taboo? I mean, you know, again, I know that it's the scheduling and things like that, but with all of the studies and everything that has been put out, why do you guys think it is still so
Oh,
taboo?
oh, it was very simple because the DEA went directly into the medical schools and threatened and
Right.
basically harassed and scared. Goes so back, Amy, back in the mid 30s, they made sure, I have actual testimonial from doctors in medical school in the 30s, where they were told it was a mandatory day of class to bring your book in. And when they arrived in class, there was an FBN agent at the front of the class, which basically told them to turn to pages this through this and to now rip them out of their books and then pass
Right.
that forward, and then removed that information from the classroom, literally classroom by classroom. And then the VA and the DEA basically threatened the FDA and anybody else that ever tried to play with it. And then, of course, they set such onerous laws to have that access to do that funding, and really only let the University of Mississippi there at the Research Triangle and Dr. Osoli play with it. And he was not only allowed to play with it, he was allowed to patent it. And he patented 5 things, including a suppository, because
Right.
leave it to the government to think about something with cannabis and have it shove it up your ass, right? So even they couldn't get it right, and even they didn't want, and the public doesn't want Dr. Osoli's, suppositories in the end. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's fear, it's intimidation, and because, as the doctor said, there's no training for understanding, and the fear of losing your license, right, which is everything for you to practice as a doctor, because you can't have a practice if you're not a doctor. And you can't be a doctor if you don't have a DEA license, right? So it's a sticky, unfortunate wicket, which
Yeah.
fortunately, with these new education programs kind of piercing that veil, hopefully over time, it's still going to take some brave doctors. I think you're correct in that, Dr. Allen, to still take that step outside and take that risk. But with the American College of Physicians taking that step forward, it's another step towards normalcy, but we're
Right.
not there yet, and this administration's not going to be friendly.
Etienne, I just have to point out that you said Dr. El Soli's suppositories in the end, which I thought was very
I do puns. I can't help it. My father was a blind lawyer, so I learned to play with words a lot as a kid.
ETN, you're outing yourself as an original gangster by knowing the term for the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, the FBN, which was the precursor to what we have now, the DEA.
History, it matters. Nomenclature and understanding of when, the FBN became the DEA is also, they continued to rule cannabis until just recently. My group, the Veterans Action Council, through a FOIA request, uncovered a paper that's specifically around doctors being able to talk to veterans about medical cannabis, and that was updated again in 2023. So through our FOIA request, we were able to find the most recent paper that in previously listed the DEA as the people in charge of cannabis. But this new recent directive, which adds CBD and hemp, now gives directive to the FDA. And it leads to a page with the FDA's complete and utter how to create a cannabis medicine from beginning to end. So, yeah, the government has set up ways for pharmacies and pharmaceuticals to go this direction. And unfortunately, took a Freedom of Information Act request to, cull that data, but it's happening.
The interesting thing for me is like, states like Connecticut, where I was doing a project with a friend of mine where I was trying to get cannabis reverse terpenes into the state. And we went through basically a pharmaceutical lens to do it. I had to send them SDS sheets, all the tests, all this, a ton of stuff. Yet here we are talking about all these problems with the crossover, right? But somehow they have their nose in little bits and pieces of our industry. It's really fascinating to me. And I guess Dr. David Allen and Dr. Mark, is there a country or a place that you could call the safe haven of research? Does that even exist in terms of freely being able to do this work without any consequence? Does that
Israel
exist
and
at all?
Spain are the two leading people.
On the chemistry side, there's a lot of work going on in Italy, and I think there always has been a lot of work going on in Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
But Italy, I'm amazed at how much work is going on these days. We had at the American Chemical Society meeting last week in San Diego, a whole session, and it was mostly all Italian authors from Italian universities and colleges presenting work. And yeah, I mean, just fascinating stuff to see them making connections between genetics and therapeutic treatments, everything from Alzheimer's to behavioral issues like PTSD. So it seems like the Italians have really embraced research. We were doing well here in the United States until this recent shutdown of the NIH. We actually have a group in the NIH looking at non-traditional, what are they called, complementary medicines or something like that. But I made contact with the deputy director there. His name is David Shirtleff. And what he assured me, I actually met him at the ICRS meeting in Toronto. So his mission was again to go to the ICRS and to recruit researchers to tell them that it's not just NIDA funded research anymore. So musculoskeletal is looking at this. The Center for, so there's centers within the NIH so that look at various things. So there's like a center that looks at the brain. There's a center that looks at the circulatory system. There's a center that
Bone
looks at
healing, yeah.
just bones and musculoskeletal. So if you look at NIH.gov and you do a search on cannabinoids, you'll see that the NIH, until recently, was spending a lot of money looking at not just the NIDA funded things that, oh, cannabis could have harm and what, how can we couch a study not really, looking at the benefits of cannabis, but looking at what cannabis does in terms of its impact socially and its impact nutritionally on the body.
Right.
More NIDA stuff has been transitioned over to, the other institutes. And, I don't know if I'd mentioned this last week, Marcus, but I met Professor El Sole for the first time just a week or so ago. And he was such a kind, gentle kind of old guy. I don't know how else to describe it. It was very moving for me to meet him because, like Professor Meshulam, I've read every single one of Professor El Soli's papers. So I told him that too, and I think he was flattered by it. I said, in fact, some papers I read more than once. I read multiple times. Um, so he knows that, yes, when you're having the American Chemical Society and National Cancer Institute seriously look at the therapeutic aspects of what cannabis can do to help patients, that, yeah, there's definitely, things that we can say now about the cannabis plant and what cannabinoids can do that we couldn't just say just a handful of years ago. I think the most notable study that I've seen recently, again, was looking at isolates versus whole plant extracts. And we already know the punchline here, which is whole plant extracts are more effective. That kind of turns the whole FDA model around because taking a single active ingredient through clinical trials doesn't really reap the benefits of full spectrum medicine. And so I think the FDA has even recognized that they need a different regulatory process to be able to regulate full spectrum medicines. They could have easily put this out as a dietary supplement. And when Charlotte's Web, I think a couple years ago now, tried to petition them to do it, they got pushed back. I don't know. Maybe with RFK in there now, they should try that again because it seems like RFK is kind of leaning towards, nutritional supplements. I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but maybe it's worth teeing up that argument again. But getting it to the point where exactly what ATN was talking about, which is that, by getting this out now so physicians could actually see there are best practices that's not coming from some Cheech and Chong movie, but it's actually coming
Right.
from other doctors that actually realize that, okay, here's the American College of Physicians, right? These people all are in it to, see how cannabis can benefit their patients. And I think it's really beholden back to, like Dr. Allen said, the medical schools to recognize that this is something that they're going to have to deal with in their practice as a doctor, right? Patients
Right.
are going to come into their office and doctors have the option, say, well, okay, they have some kind of like chronic pain or acute pain. I could prescribe an opiate, or I could say, hey, open up the dialogue with the patient. Are you cannabis users? Have you ever
Right.
seen where maybe your use of cannabis deadens pain? Maybe not acute pain like a stub toe, but maybe something like post-surgical pain, which is more of a chronic pain. And could you actually replace synthetic opiates with all of their long litany of side effects with something that's not going to give a side effect? In fact, if anything, the side effects are beneficial, which is you feel a little bliss, you feel a
Right.
little happy, you feel a little less stressed. I mean, that's all healthy. Going back, AT, and again to the notion that, or Ryan, I'm sorry, yeah, the discussion that all cannabis use is medical. Well, again, if it makes the patient feel better and the patient could now eat and the patient could now sleep and maybe enjoy a little bit more of their day, to me, it totally makes sense. And
Oh, I'm not
whenever
saying it's
Oh,
not.
it
a
makes sense.
plant,
It's just that what he was saying was that it creates the idea on the other side. Well, it's why Shoppers Drug Mart literally was like, well, we have to be the ones to dispense this. If this is a medicine, we're the dispensers of that medicine. So I think that's what you were saying. Am I correct, Ryan?
Right.
Well, no, what I was saying is that there's nobody's denying therapeutic use or medicinal use. Like that's obviously a thing. But there are people that are not using it for that purpose, or at least they're not using it for like a diagnosed purpose. You could make the
Right.
argument that they're using it for some psychological purpose. But like I
I'd
think
like
if
to add something to that. Um, I used to call there was a study that if you block the CB1 receptors, that the sperm does not go into the ovum, so conception does not occur if you block the CB1 receptor. And I used to call cannabis a metabolic essential, but it's even more than that. It's a metabolic imperative. And I developed that word. And because this they try to divide and conquer thing, and so they have recreational and medicinal use, but both of those terms are propaganda because it's more than just medicine. Because I've been trying to prove that cannabis has medical efficacy my whole life, and it's more than that. It's something that should be in the diets of all humans and animals. It's more than just a medicine. It's something that should be in our food. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Appreciate the perspective. And you have a unique perspective. You have all of that sort of scientific background and all of those, even the few that we did in regards to the heart muscle that it had like died away because it didn't have access to cannabinoids versus the one that did, and how much less dead tissue there was and how healthier it was. It's definitely interesting to say the least. I think it's semantics as well. I like the way Dr. David Allen just called it propaganda. I'd never actually heard recreational and medical use of cannabis called propaganda, but it did have a ring of truth to it when he said it. I always appreciate everyone's perspectives. I love just the pathways we go down. Amy did have her hand up when Mark Chaldon was speaking. So take us back, Amy, and please, the floor is yours.
Well, so
Excellent.
I do have a question though for you guys. I had been told that different terpenes can affect people differently. So if that is the case, how can medical regulation happen? To me, it seems confusing, and I'm wondering if maybe that's what's stopping the momentum.
That's a conundrum that I have with a lot of patients, especially a lot of new patients, Amy, is they're like, hi, I've got stage 4 cancer. Can you now point me to the breast cancer marijuana? And this is when we have to have the serious talk of, I'm sorry, that doesn't exist in the sense because it's all subjective. So you and I could have the same condition, but what works for you won't work for me, and vice versa. It just happens to do with our body biome, right? And our metabolism. So the unfortunate thing is we have to teach people on how to, the same way that you go through the same trial and error with finding the drug that works for whatever condition you have that you're using currently. It's the same sort of situation where we teach people to get a journal. You're going to now document everything you try, how you felt before, how you felt during, and how you felt after, so that you can come back and see what works. Then, when you find what works, then now, if you're in a state or in particular, you try to find that terpene profile and find similar terpene profiles for when that original profile you're looking for, unfortunately, isn't in stock, which is a common problem that we find because, as we are all stating, we all want that pharmaceutical even access, right? I want my same Big Mac here that I get, in California on New York, just as an example, not saying go eat Big
That's
Macs, people.
that's why
However,
we, yeah.
we can't do that, unfortunately, chemically, biochemically with cannabis because we could have a reaction to a certain type of terpene or terpene profile, right? So this is the trial and error in reality that we all face. And I think you've hit the nail on the head, Amy, is this is the regulatory problem because it is one already so complex, it can't be regulated. And now it's completely subjective, which something a patient does not want to hear. They want the same comfortability that, oh, well, you're going to get this thing at this dosage, and this is how, and it's going to work for you. And they do not want to hear this doesn't work for me, and this isn't going to work. And now you have to go try hundreds of different types of cannabis to now find what potentially works for you. Ryan.
That's why we created the phytofacts, right? Is because it was a way of creating cannabinoid profiles and terpene profiles and making it like a visual cue so that people could understand. It was all based on colors, and you could just, you could just look at the page and the information would essentially be seeping into your brain on which type you liked. And you're totally right. Like it's kind of it extends on what Marcus was saying earlier. Cannabis isn't one thing, right? It's one plant that produces a bunch of different flowers that are all different. And each of those things have different effects. So, you know, it's funny. I was talking with someone that was over here. It might even have been Josh and Kelly, but I think it's in the German, the German medical system. You go to your doctor and he prescribes you an actual plant. Like it's the doctor that tells you which type of weed you're getting, right? You don't have the freedom to go and choose different types. And if you want to change it, you have to go back to the doctor and he'll write you a new script. Um, so it's kind of like, it's kind of like this whole thing taken too far. People need to, again, cannabis is not plutonium. None of it is so dangerous that you're going to hurt yourself. If you, especially if you're, smoking the flower. I think if you're making extracts, or taking large doses of even of the edibles, which are, arguably the safer, more therapeutic delivery system, you can really overdo your dose, right? So I think the most important thing is when it should be people start talking about um, dose and how to consume, and then really you give them suggestions on which type is the best. Do they need a type two, like a mixed CBD or THC plant? I think that's definitely a good start for people that are new consumers, because you've got that CBD buffer and a lower THC content. Obviously, you got the type 3 plants that are, and the 3V plants, what we call 3Vs, the propyl plants with varins. All that stuff is good for children with epilepsy. So you can kind of start categorizing these things, and that was really what we did, was create the phytofacts lab report format that SC Lab now uses as a way for bud tenders to be able to explain to new people what was what, right? And there obviously it's perfectly good for more experienced consumers. But yeah, I'd love to see that become a more used type of tool, because you talk about COAs, we say COAs are not all created equal, and it's really not easy to be able to look at a lab report that is nothing but rows of words and numbers and actually determine what those numbers mean. Like, how do you know what the terpene profile is, right? And the way that we develop for phytofacts using this colored graph system, you not only get to see the prominence of whatever terpene, but also the quantity of that terpene with respect to the other terpenes in the mix, right? So you can really start getting an idea what the flower's like before you've even seen it.
Very interesting. Craig has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to loop Johnny in on this conversation because one thing that we always talk about in our realm here in Humboldt County, and we're such stewards of the land and sun grown and the terpene profiles that are just coming to the forefront with extremely high levels of terpenes. Like we personally have an OG at market that's at 4% terpenes and another cultivar that's over 4% terpenes. And that all speaks to our growing practices, but the labs are only testing for such like this many terpenes, like a minuscule amount. And I know Johnny was part of a Columbia University study around a broader spectrum of terpenes. And maybe Johnny, you could introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about that study you were in.
Sure. Thanks, Craig. Hey, my name is Johnny Casali. I'm with Huckleberry Hill Farms. And Craig's, in my opinion, is exactly right. Especially here in California, we're dealing with labs that test for a certain amount of terpenes, so it's really hard to listen when we're talking about percentages of terpenes, whether or not it be high or low, because if the labs that are testing for the terpenes are not testing for the ones that our unique genetics have in them, the consumer will never really truly know, and either will the cultivator. So it wasn't until maybe 4 or 5 years ago when the head chemist from Columbia University, Colin Knuckles, reached out to me via email and said that he had purchased from Cornerstone Collective in LA a jar of our signature strain White Thorn Rose. And he said, he had noticed that it only said, 1.5 for 1.2% terpenes. And so he started to do a study himself, which then led to him actually purchasing a bunch of standards and doing his own investigation through I'm not sure exactly through Columbia University or how that actually worked, but he finally figured out that White Thorn Rose was more like 5% terpenes, had over 60 different terpenes, in the California labs at best maybe test for 20 to 30 different terpenes. So discovered a whole bunch of terpenes that White Thorn Rose had in them, and then also found out that it had 444 different cannabinoids. And so he and I together reached out to quite a few of the labs in California and tried to understand why they didn't test for all the different terpenes or as many as they could possibly test for, especially when it comes to sun-grown cannabis. I think it benefits those cultivators a lot more than ones that are growing commercialized strains indoors. It would benefit us a lot more to know that we had 50 different terpenes. But I think part of the restriction, from my understanding, was that each different standard for terpenes, cost those labs nearly $20,000. So to have, 60 different terpenes would cost them significantly more, especially if the state's not requiring them to test for that. So I just found it pretty interesting and was relieved in a weird way to find out that White Thorn Rose specifically had more than 1.5% terpenes, because like a lot of us cultivators say, the nose knows. And, when you crack the jar and you can smell that pungent smell of fruits and stuff, it was hard for me to believe that there was only that few of terpenes that existed. So anyways, yeah, that's kind of what I got, Craig.
That's super interesting, man. Like, holy shit. There it is, right in a nutshell. That people are putting so much time and energy into the perception of a COA that it's going to decide so much for them. And the COA is still not, and that's just talking about the terpenes. There are all sorts of other vocs that are present in there that are not being perceived or sort of explained to the end user, the patient or the customer. Upwards of, what did
Yeah,
you say you were
not
at?
to
You
interrupt,
were
but
at,
but
yeah, go ahead, please.
sorry, but along those same lines, and there was a couple cultivars like Amalfi that we had that was like 43% THC, and he he said BS on that too, and basically I could probably get any number I wanted from a lab in California, if I pursued or experimented around with the right one, because these are the labs that are also competing with each other, right? So if I continue to get lower THC scores that is so important for the retail stores to have on that jar, I just go to another one. And so it behooves a lab to give those cultivators or those distributors higher THC scores, because then they'll come back the next time. And if I'm paying $500 for a COA test, it's very profitable for and I won't name any labs, but and along the same lines, it's really bothersome to me to watch all these different contests that myself are entering, even like the California State Fair, that's really relying on COA tests to dictate or determine the best of California, the best of the best. It's like sometimes we choose to put weight and value on these COA tests, and other times, we're shit talking them. And it's just like, if they're no good, they're just no good. And that's it. So let's scrap them and throw them away. And, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think, what you're touching on for me is really rings true. There was a person I had a conversation with the other day that was looking at flower that we have, and it's close to 29% in total TAC. And they said, looked at me and said, I'm really 35% right now, and I don't think this would work for me. Right. And when you hear those things, you can't look at someone and say they're, because that's their world, they believe that that is a real statement, and however, you wouldn't go to the wine shop and ask for 99 proof. You'd be like, oh, well, here's your small bottle of Everclear. I guess you could take that home and make something with it, I suppose. But there's a beautiful world of color and volcanic soil and all this other stuff to explore. And I think, THC percent, I've asked this a few times throughout the show today, it doesn't seem like there's a real great conversation to have with someone that believes those things, because there's so much color and so much, chemistry to talk about with that consumer, that it just goes over their head. So I think, high t tac really, quite frankly, in my eyes, really doesn't mean much without high terpene levels, or all the other chemical constituents that make what we all know great cannabis. And to your point of the lack of assays to test for these individual components that make up the totality of the weight of, let's say, the terpene profile or panel, we just have a really long way to go. And I think that's why COAs, or COA as you're calling it, is a really difficult and dangerous way to look at buying cannabis overall. And I know, Dr. Mark, you've said many times on the show, well, if you have the right protocols and you're cleaning your instrumentation right, you should be pretty close, right? But if you sent out 30 samples to 30 labs, you would get 30 different results. And I wonder, why is that? Is that because of the things that you always mention? But it
It,
seems like COAs are really dangerous, as Huckleberry Farm said so eloquently.
yeah, I think a couple of things. It has to do with the method, the actual sample prep method that they do in creating the sample that they actually run by HPLC. But hey Johnny, shout out. I covered the molecules paper from 2023 that Colin Knuckles had published on the High at Nine News a week ago Friday. So if you go back to the High at Nine News on YouTube. Not this past Friday's episode, but the Friday before. Yeah, so this paper was sent to me, and they wanted me to kind of like break down the science. And I think there's a couple cool things that I get out of this paper that maybe are worth discussing. And that was that first of all, I think I'm just looking at the abstract right here. They're saying there's a significantly greater amount of oxidized and degraded cannabinoids in the indoor samples as opposed to the outdoor samples. So I found that to be interesting, right? You'd think there'd be more oxidation outside than a controlled environment inside. But then the other thing that I found was really, quite significant, and I don't know that I've seen this before, is that the outdoor samples had the unusual cannabinoids, and it says here in the abstract, the C4 and C6 THCA. So I take it what that is the substituent on the three ring of THC is supposed to have a five carbon tail, but what you guys observed here was that there was a significant amount of the four carbon and six carbon tails. I think if I scroll down and look at the amounts, I mean, when I say significant, I mean, they're probably in there just a fraction of percentage, but that's really unusual. I mean, I haven't seen that. And again, this speaks to the conundrum that I think most testing labs are faced with. And I had this discussion with Professor El Soli at the ACS meeting, which is that um, the lack of certified reference materials can hinder the ability to quantify all the material that's in there. And so here's an academic lab at Columbia. They probably have state-of-the-art instrumentation. I would assume they would. So they're able to discern that there's some of the C4 cannabinoid and some of the C6 cannabinoid, which actually those are now available completely from synthesis, right? So they're doing a synthesis of the resorcinol piece of the molecule and a terpene portion of the molecule to make those, just like THCP is being synthesized. THCP having the seven carbon tails, but these have the six and four carbon tails. So super interesting that they observe those. And again, I guess that accounts for some of that unknown fraction. So if you add up all the cannabinoids that you're testing for in your COA and you add up all the terpenes, there's still some unknown, amount of other stuff. So this falls into that bucket of part of the unknown other stuff. So yeah, real cool and very interesting study. I think, it's counterintuitive to see the trends that you observe in this paper. And Marcus, I don't know if you can, but I think I put the link in chat here, the mpdi.com. If you could put that in the YouTube chat to share it with our viewers. It's open access, so it's available to anyone. But it's a really
Done and
interesting,
done.
yeah, really interesting thing to observe, the correlation between terpenes. We said it earlier in the episode that, your trichome density is related to the potency, which is also related to the overall amount of terpenes, but exactly what terpenes are being expressed. And I think what you guys found is the outdoor samples had greater preponderance of the sesquiterpenes like alpha humulene and beta caryophyllene, where the monoterps were more prevalent indoors. So certainly things that are, I guess, influenced by how these plants are grown. But I just want to let you know that I previewed your paper, and yeah, it's nice to meet you here on Hash Church.
Yeah, right on, Mark. That's pretty cool to hear. And Colin was the brains behind all of that and put it all together. He was pretty gracious to put our names, mine and Tina's from Moonmade Farms, on the paper. But we really just gave him the cannabis, and he did all the science behind it. But not to linger on the COA test that I'm so down on, but um, a lot of these tests are just pass the state COA standards, right? And then they end up on the shelves, and then the state inspection agency goes through and they find out that there's aspergillus, or they find heavy metals or whatever. To me, the question then becomes, if I'm a company that just paid $500 to one of these labs that has now been discovered by the state regulatory board to be dirty for aspergillus, who's really liable? I mean, if the labs are, if I'm paying the labs to test and pass my product, and then even uh, to really bypass a lot of that. I mean, if we find that our product's dirty for aspergillus and you can retest it, which you can't legally retest it, but if you do retest it, 99% of the time, it then passes. So, from one bud to the next bud to the next bud, you're going to get different test results. So, to me, none of it really means anything, but yet they're pushing so hard to have you test it, to say, see, look, it's good to go. I don't know. I'm just babbling now. Sorry.
Ryan had his hand up.
Yeah, I think it's crazy to say that COAs are bad. I mean, it's information, right? Information is neither good nor bad. It's what you do with the information. And how you're trying to squeeze it into a context or a picture really is what it's about. Um, and we put a lot of effort into creating that, the Final Facts. I'm gonna actually share it again, Marcus. I don't know that it's still
Oh, it's
sharing.
been sharing the whole time.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over it. Well, so it was like, people know what I'm talking about. Um, Essentially, we tried to put as much information as we could into a lab report so that you could look at a piece of paper and absorb the information through pictures rather than having to try and figure out, like obviously the first thing that everybody does is they go, what's the total number of cannabinoid, or what's the THC content. And for these plants, it's kind of irrelevant because we were specifically breeding for CBD content in plants, or creating lines that had specific CBD content. But what I wanted to show was the terpenes, right? And so you can kind of, like, you can immediately see just by looking at these two bar graphs that they're different, right? And once you start to know which terpenes are which in the color wheel, you can kind of start to memorize these patterns that you see over and over again. Um, so, this type of information, if it's presented that way to the consumer, it can be really useful, right? It's just that when we start to try to take information and use it for, like, regulatory purposes, and we set levels or bars that people have to reach for the plant to be compliant. Obviously people are always going to try to break the rules, right? They're going to try to manipulate test results to their own benefit, for financial purposes or whatever they're doing, right? Whereas, like, when we didn't really have that thought process when we were looking at these plants. We were trying to create a system where you could develop, you could provide information to consumers, right? And you can kind of see, like, for this one, this is limonene, um, linalool, and beta caryophyllene are the top three. But if you look at the top of the plant, at the top of the graph, we have the three colors that match the top three terpenes in the graph, right? So even if you're not actually actively looking at this terpene graph down at the bottom, say you're a new user, you might learn, oh yeah, I like the ones that are yellow, purple, and blue, and not the ones that are, like, red and green. This is like red is or terpinolene, and the bottom line kind of purple one is myrcene. Um, so the point is the information is always kind of subtly being planted into the into the mind of the person that's looking at the graph, right? And we also, the other thing that we, sorry, let me go up, find the right graph. The other thing that we found this was really useful for is, like, this was for breeding plants that were the same terpene profile but had different cannabinoid contents. So this one here on the right is, I think this one on the right, yeah, is all THC, and the one on the left is a type 3 plant, so it's all CBD. And then this middle one is a mixed 1-to-1 plant. But they all have, you can see by the graphs, the color graphs on the bottom, they all have that same terpene profile, right?
Ryan, can I ask you a question about the graph?
Shoot.
Um, so if whitethorn rose, whoops, excuse me, one of my cultivars is the most prevalent terpene in there, according to Columbia University, is selenodiene.
Right.
How would that come up in this graph, and what would that look like for the consumer?
It's not on this one.
Yeah, so they don't test for that one. So
Well,
what
it's
I'm
not that they
saying
don't.
is,
It's not that we don't test for it. It's there's a secondary report. At a certain point in time, you have to draw a limit on what information you can present, right? At least when you're doing a graphical representation. And so just for, to be clear, I haven't worked with this company in like, I don't know, 8 years or something like that, 9 years. Um, but I would be having, in my format, I would have a place where you could actually um, write little highlights, or you'd be able to present little highlights about the cultivar that were unique. Oh, so yeah, so a plant that was like really high in selenodiene. Did you say it was the dominant terpene?
it's somewhere up,
Yes.
it's not the most dominant, but it's
In
number 2 or 3.
in the outdoor plot, yeah. If you look
Go
down
ahead,
at
Mark.
that paper, if you look down at that paper that we posted the link to in the chat, you'll see, yeah, there's a graph down at the bottom, graph number B. Yeah, and selenodiene, which again, Johnny, I've never even seen a testing lab test for that, let alone
Oh
it
no,
be a
we test for it.
predominant.
It's just not shown. We only show the top 17 in this graph. But you're testing for well over 40 or 50.
Have you ever
I'm
seen that
sure that they've had
as a
other
predominant terpene, Ryan? Have you
No,
ever
That's
seen that?
really, it's
I
really
never
rare to
have
be.
either.
It's
I was
really
going to
rare to be.
comment.
It's really rare to be up that high. That's why I was asking. It's really rare to be high up in that levels. But it would be interesting to have a complete VOC breakdown. And that's what I was going to say is that like, on my ideal format, an evolution of this, I would have a little box where you can say, oh, this plant is high in a specific ester or a specific thiol, or like you said, it's an unusual terpene, and that's what makes it interesting.
Yeah,
So
and just because I was very fortunate to have Colin find me and reach out to me and have that access to Columbia University, I'm saying probably 95, if not more percent of all the farmers that are growing these unique genetics don't even know what, cannabinoids or terpenes they have because of at least the system California has in place. And it's just really, to me, very unfortunate.
yeah, well, yeah, and it's funny because you have a system that comes in with regulations, and then you have these commercial entities, or not only the lab commercial entities, but also the growers, right? That are all trying to use the laboratory to manipulate the system or the regulations for their own financial benefit, right? And it's a lot different from labs that are really like trying to get to the, like, I don't know, like I almost think you'd be better off to break it up into multiple lab tests. You have one lab that does the scent, and then you have a compliance lab that does the pass fail stuff for microbials and fungi and all that kind of stuff, total yeast and molds.
Yeah,
um
that's a
Well,
great idea.
selenodiene is a very interesting molecule because it almost looks like valencine to me, which is again very fragrant, like the skin of an orange. But when you look at this molecule, Ryan, I mean, it's got two double bond. It's a sesquit too. And the other interesting aspect in this paper, and I think we touched on this earlier, is that the outdoors were more enriched with sesquiterpenes, and so this is a sesqui, but if you look at the double bonds there, yeah, you have two double bonds. So there could be multiple isomers. I think just off the top of my head, I could see probably like about 20 different isomers of that molecule. So that complicates things even more because if that isomerizes either on standing or on heating, you're going to have a completely different peak in your GC.
And Ryan, from a bioassay point of view, the moment I tried this, and I'm not blowing smoke towards anyone, it's some of the best, if not the best profile in that realm of candy gas and, floral that I've ever actually experienced. I mean, it was for me, it was that good. And I've been smoking cannabis as long as anyone here, right? Your whole life. And when these unique things come out through just trying it without seeing a COA, they really speak to you in really unique ways. And um, as Mark said, the concentrate of it is slightly different than the flower. But they both resemble each other, but the concentrate leaves you with this long-lasting burn in your palate that is it's like an everlasting gobstopper. It's really unique.
Well,
It
if you
really
want to listen, if you want to figure out the inheritance of it, you reach out to me and let's figure some stuff out. I'd love to help you do some crosses and see if we can make some interesting scent profiles out of it. Because
yeah.
that's an interesting puzzle piece, and it would be really interesting to understand how whatever gene is responsible for that compound is inherited, and can it express with other terpene profiles? Like, can you blend it, or is
Sure.
it a set, like cassette as I call it?
Oh no, there's a synthase here. I'll put a link in the chat.
No, I know there's a synthase, but that's not just so how easy it is. Like when it comes to breeding and you mix these things, just because a plant has a synthase, it doesn't mean that it's going to express them. So, um, but we can figure that stuff all out through a series of crosses and experimental matings. So if you wanna really figure out if you can improve that plant, contact me and let's figure it out.
Yeah, we'll probably release those genetics here next year. So keep an eye out. I'll let everybody know.
Well, I'll definitely buy some for sure. Are you making selfs of it, or are you only making hybrids of it?
I just have, a mother plant of it. We're just going to do the feminized seeds of it. And I'm growing them this summer just to make sure they're real similar. And, I will use the COA test to see how closely related to
But
the
did you
mother
cross
plant it
that?
is. But
Did you cross that plant to itself, or did you make hybrids out of it? Like you crossed it to something else?
I just feminized it right back to the mother plant.
Oh, excellent. So they're selves. Perfect. I definitely want some of those.
Yeah.
I'll buy like a
Yeah.
hundred of them.
Cool. Yeah. We'll hook you up. We're just trying to figure out the right path forward. Right. So if this unique genetic is kind of enabled our small farm to survive California's oversaturation of the market. Like I want to release it. I want to let everybody experiment around, and we're doing some hybrid. Right? We're crossing it to other genetics that we have, but as far as back to itself, we haven't done that yet until we're saying next year. So yeah, we'll make sure you get some.
Thank you. I'm interested in all of them in pretty not huge amounts, but enough to understand you growing them and figuring out the inheritance pattern of it.
I,
Because
I would
that's an
also
important
add to
trait.
that
Whoops.
for Johnny that you should absolutely reach out to Ryan, aka Chimera, outside of Hash Church because there's just a real wealth of knowledge and information in his head that could absolutely benefit you and your farm. He's gone, but I still finished
And
my
he's a
sentence.
really nice man, Brian Lee.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, Wade. Thanks for coming on, Wade. Love to see you,
Hey,
brother.
Trainer had his hand up. Trainer, do you have something to say, buddy?
Oh, hey, it was pretty much covered, but I just wanted to, reaffirm it. It kind of plays to the the difference of the what we were talking about earlier with the, the pharmaceutical model, how they just want, single compounds so it can be isolated and formulated in such a way that it's entirely repeatable every time versus, the nuances that we all understand and know of the individual plants. And, I'm hoping that, with the development of, lab testing and COAs, that we can actually potentially merge those closer together as, we can more fully understand what compounds are in these plants. I know the COAs aren't, they give us a good picture, but it seems like, they're incomplete as far as different terpenes, different cannabinoids, what lab you use plays a huge impact. And, it's again with the pharmaceutical versus, traditional. I think it's what I'm hearing is that it's the people who have these deep knowledge of cannabis are able to really provide a higher level of service to their patients, which just speaks to, I hope that we're still in the future are able to move into a model where we can still have this direct to consumer from the cultivator or the procurer, someone who has a deeper knowledge to be able to help out these patients, and not just have it as a one size fits all 1-to-1 CBD THC pill, which also speaks to, like we were saying, the education that's so critical, be it for a bud tender or for a doctor.
Yeah, it's like the script needs to be flipped. And I think that's part of what Skunkman Sam always did. He understood the mechanisms that he had to play within to get the work done that he had to do, but it was his unique aspect, his savant-esque way of being when it comes to collecting, smoking, how much he loved to be high, and how that all translated into this incredible information that he knew he had to bring to science to bring it to these certain pathways. But it was he who brought it to science. It wasn't science who brought it to him. And I'd love for us to be able to flip the script, much the way they do in the wine industry. Nobody, and I mean nobody in the wine industry is looking at COAs, let me tell you. But when the sommelier comes to the table, they listen. They listen to the sommelier. And it would be wonderful if we had our own version of that in the cannabis industry that people would listen to. Go ahead, Etienne Fontaine, who has his hand up.
All right. Well, I will lower my hand. I was gonna respond to the gentleman from Huckleberry Farms. I'm sorry he left. Great stuff. And he brings up a great point because I am an ambassador to the California State Fair once again this year. And yeah, these are things that we're trying to learn how to quantify, right? Originally, they just used science, and that was a frustration because, yeah, depending on what they're testing for, there may be things, as he stated, may not be able to find or may not show up on the COA to make it to that final or even to that decision. Whereas last year they added a quantifier organization called the Buddhist, which they have 100-point scale of how to test the cannabis. And they took those, I guess, top three and then decided from their own personal, actually ingesting it. I think there's something to that as opposed to just relying on just the science. And the use of that in competitions we've seen be successful right at the Emerald Cup for years. But by using science, it seems to have caused issues and problems because you can't get the nuances. But again, that brings up the same problem we discussed earlier, right? All cannabis is subjective. So, by having, something like Ganjier or something like Buddhist who have a system of how to quantify cannabis, but there is no dominant paradigm, right? These are both created situations that some have adopted, some haven't, some states have adopted. So there's still a misunderstanding that we're not able to quantify, that we're trying to use, right? Organoleptic, use by, consumption along the lines of using COAs from laboratories, right? But as Huckleberry Farm points out, there are limitations to what COAs can produce. So where is that happy medium? And I ask that because as an ambassador of the California State Fair, I can take this knowledge back to them and they will actively listen. So I would like to sit back and actively hear some suggestions on how they can make it better, or how people would think they could best decide from a limited set of people in science what necessarily constitutes cannabis that's worth awards, right?
Well, how about the aspect of, okay, obviously these companies, it's not within reality for companies to be able to afford multi-bazillions of dollars in analytical equipment, test for hundreds of terpenes and thiols and thiolates and everything else, but it is up to the person who has it to go down that rabbit hole and find out what they have. And so if you have something special that everyone recognizes it's different, there's something we're not perceiving in a COA. Perhaps you go down that pathway where you discover what it is, much the way Johnny did with the University of Columbia. Could have been another way. I'm sure there's many pathways to this, but universities would probably be a very unique pathway to it. If you had something so unique that everyone really, noticed it when they smelled or smoked that particular plant or extract, that you figure out what those things are. And then, when you go in to create your own sort of phytofact, because I think the phytofact is super cool, it would be the version 20 years down the road to be able to cover everything that could possibly be in there. But if you could find out what is responsible for these dominant, aromas and get it into there, whatever your top 12 is or whatever, I suspect that would still be better than nothing and pretty damn cool. I bet you there's a lot of people like Johnny out there who have, not a lot, a handful, but still a lot on the global scale of people who have things that are just extremely special. There's
Yeah,
something
well,
unique about them.
yeah,
Go
they're
ahead.
rare, right? They're rare. It's fun.
Rare.
And look, nobody had really done this work. I mean, Etienne de Meyer was the first one to publish like a very little paragraph on it in one book. And but GW had done a whole bunch. They'd grown a whole bunch of plants, and they were obviously started looking at terpenes as well. Um, and the way that he was describing plants that had been dominant in a specific terpene, and so that was kind of where the work started. And then the work that we did at NAPRO, we were classifying all these other plants, but you're only going to find within the populations that you're working with, right? And it might be that some of these rare genes through hybridization on one specific farm or one specific line, or even a mutant line, they come up and they start producing these new compounds, right? And so I think I got to give John like the ultimate credit. Most people would take that plant and keep it, right? And they wouldn't share it. They wouldn't sell the seeds. Um, and I think that there's a real, like, I have a lot of admiration for the fact that he's going to take it and self it and share it with the community. Because what he does is he puts those genetic combinations back out into the world so that other people can now come along and start breeding with them and start trying to see what else they can do with it. Right. And cannabis, we haven't been able to go through it with these same types of analytical chemical tools for it's only been like 18 years really since we even started cannabinoid testing, right? Right. And terpenes, like, when we started doing the work at NAPRO, like 2013, 2014, sure, people were testing for terps, but they weren't very good at it. Right. And we did all these ring tests in California, and we showed that certain labs had no ability to just differentiate between different terpenes or cannabinoids. So like as an industry, we're definitely still figuring it out. And how do you take that mass amount of information and present it to the consumer or the breeder in a useful way is really what it's about. Um, and because we've been using the laboratories for things specifically like compliance and not for research, it's really shaped the way that we do these works, right? And you get these kind of more renegade labs like NAPRO or Abstracts that are out coming up with a different analytical method, right? So that they can actually try to figure out, that's how the thiols were discovered. That's how some of these ester compounds were discovered, right? And that's not coming out of regulatory testing, so regulatory compliance testing, right? So it's like, what we learn is really only as good as the way that we go about it and what tools and how accurately we use to be able to figure these things out. And cannabis is a remarkable species. And if we keep on producing these terpene classes and, we learn how to layer things like, I mean, that's great. Say Selena diene is a dominant terpene profile that we can breed for. What about layering that with or without thiols or with or without certain ester compounds, right? It's when you start like juggling these compounds with the presence or absence of other compounds, now you're really getting into some interesting territory, right? Because you're creating all these new flavors, this whole new palette that can exist. So I think it's really good for cannabis.
Well, when you think of how many notes there are in music, and Mike has his hand up, he's going to be speaking right after I say this. But if you think of how many simple notes there are in music and how all music is kind of based on that, and yes, Ravi Shankar was bending notes and there's some more complexities to it, but think of how many different compounds there are in regards to the terpene and terpenoid and thiol and thiolate and all of these different compounds. Think of how many variations of palette that there can be expressed when they're placed together in different ratios. It becomes just astronomical. It's like now you're into astronomy instead of aromatic production of these flavor
Combinatorial
Yeah, well, you
profiles.
start
mathematics.
understanding too that it's not just flavor, it's also that these things drive effect, that they have their own unique pharmacology, right?
Right.
So I'm,
Yep.
I'm going through David's stuff here, and I was going through his desk the other day, just trying to clean it up and create room so that we could kind of organize things. And I found all the old paperwork associated with, when they were taking the THC and dabbing it with different terpenes, right? He's still all got all
Awesome.
the patient, the subject score sheets or reports right there.
I should have one in there.
Yeah, I didn't go through it because I we've just been so busy. I just took the whole thing and put it into a folder and put it away. But yeah,
That's
it's
sick, dude.
amazing. It's amazing. You know, I came across a book in a desk that was a full textbook size book that was essentially this huge book on plant resins, right? And you get like this kind of like ad hoc appreciation for David's mind where he was like, he really wanted to figure it out. And you know him, Marcus, like I do. The reason that he was trying to figure it out is because he wanted to make it better. He wanted to be able to get more high or differently high, right? And so he really took this like full court press approach to figuring out everything he could about the plant so that he could break it down and see if he could hire the right people or breeders to make it better or stronger or different or more up because he recognized that there were all these aspects of the plant having grown so many different types and smoked so many different types that hey, these things are all different and they make you feel all different and why, right? And that was like they had the hortifarm lab set up in the late 90s early 2000s, and that's at a certain point in time they took all the samples. Somebody they were in goods with the folks that were running the High Times Cannabis Cup, so they take all the samples, all the entries from the Cannabis Cup, and run them through the lab and try to figure out, I think the top indica and the top sativa one year, they came back and they both had the identical cannabinoid profile. And, one was a haze and one was an Afghani type thing and totally different effects. And the question was, why? Right? What is it if the cannabinoids are so identical on these things? What is it about them that makes them different? And, that was just part of this whole journey that he was on. Anyhow, I'll shut up, but it's really a beautiful thing seeing. I've come to tears a couple of times going through it because it's like it reminds me of how deep and passionate he was on all this stuff. And
Absolutely.
he really spent his whole life trying to figure it out and share that information. I was just saying to Josh and Kelly, like the IHA, the International Hemp Association, that was the machine that he built to be able to disseminate this information. And all he wanted to do was learn more, grow more, so he could figure more out and share it with the world. I mean, he was a fucking amazing guy.
Absolutely, man. Let's go over to Mike. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, before I say anything, let me just say I'm very proud of the articles that I authored or co-authored in the IHA. That's yeah, definitely something I'm very proud of. And yeah, interesting how relevant they are. I just had one of those articles pop back up because of the relevance of the subject matter. It was like a 10-year-old article, 15-year-old article, whatever. Um, I have I guess a relatively simple question for y'all, but it'll take me a minute, so bear with me while I work the sort of the context of this question. I sat at, sort of David's desk there, sort of like almost like a 19th century journeyman, to try to learn this stuff. And very much the stuff that David was doing in Netherlands, and especially the stuff that the Netherlands government wound up doing initially, with medical cannabis at the national level and setting up a medical cannabis bureau. That was all really formative to my work at the international level. And changing the treaty in 2020, none of that could have happened without, that humble beginnings as his apprentice, if you will. And looking at that and understanding that this is, my concept, seems a little bit revolutionary in itself, because when I told a member of the press this the other day, they were like, I've never heard anybody say that before. But what I was saying was that I didn't see any natural conflict between big industry and our little cannabis producers that are producing a niche crop, a craft cannabis, indigenous cannabis, medicinal cannabis, etc. That, this is, and in fact, that those places where that type of cannabis, cultivation is occurring, the innovation and stuff that's occurring based on, ancestral origins of that information, that traditional knowledge, as well as the heritage of the genetics. That's what we were talking about last year in that GRATIC treaty. It's genetic resources, but it's also the traditional knowledge and resources within the community of how to grow it, how to get that out of that genetic material through the terroir that's available to them, the sun and land and water in their region, which a lot of that phenomenal cannabis is near the equator, in places that were former colonial territories, even current colonial territories. And my feeling is that that cannabis, will be the source of the next big thing for the big industry. That the innovation that they come up with and the work that they do is not wasted on big industry. That they will be able to run with that information. So I guess I've always sort of assumed that at some point the specialness of that cannabis from those areas would be sort of understood enough, at least for big industry, to make a Budweiser version of it. I always felt that it would fall short of the capabilities of the original material and from its original source. But I guess going back to what you were saying, Marcus, looking at it like wine, I guess and this is my simple question, not only is it worth it to really try to unravel what makes it special when it's coming from a place that's special, what David, recognized as special circumstances and origin. Is it worth unraveling that? I guess, I always felt it was worth unraveling it enough for industry, but is it worth unraveling it as a consumer? And in fact, my question comes down to this: is it really a good thing for the consumer? Could it possibly be a bad thing for the consumer to try to understand? Look at it with wine, maybe as an example. Would it be bad for them to try to unravel each of the best wines and figure out why, what makes it tick? I remember, I forget who it was now. I guess it was Edison, who was talking about the combustion engine and said that you're better off not learning everything about how the combustion engine works. You'll be wasting your time that's better spent understanding how to drive the car. So anyway, that's my question.
Well, it's a good question, and it doesn't seem like a lot of the customer base cares. We've definitely gone over that many times in Hash Church over the years, in the sense, I think it was Debbie Goldsberry who first put us in our place. Geez, might have been 8+ years ago, when we were all going off in our utopian ways of what cannabis could be. She's like, I love your passion, guys. I love how excited you are, but like, people just don't care. They want THC and they want price. And so I think that's the THC part is really what plays into the sort of COA. It's all these double-edged swords that we always get ourselves into, where something gets created as a in the foundation of a good idea, and then it gets flipped, the script gets flipped, and then it uses the other edge, which is always not so nice. Like I always use the perfect example of something like Rad Source or those irradiation companies. I was talking to Sandra Calasanti, Remo's wife, the other day at the Heady Happenings, and we were talking about, how I was just saying how things that could be beneficial if they're really, really needed to, save a company that maybe, grew a beautiful crop and somehow it got contaminated. And if they don't irradiate, they have to throw it away. There's nothing else they can do. I was like, oh my God, like I'd way rather just get it a little irradiated and then let people know, sell it for half price if you're that conscious about it. But for God's sakes, don't go out of business. And then of course, when a technology like that gets created, then there's a whole group of people who are like, hey, let's grow moldy swaggy weed, and we'll just get it irradiated at the end of the at the cycle, and we'll just pump it right into the market. I think you're probably right, Mike, in the sense that maybe people don't care, but the same thing that drove Dave drives all of us for some reason. And so there must be some reason why we're doing it. I feel like we're being driven by these plant profiles that we all love so very much, and all the good that they can do. Earlier I mentioned the veterans and how terrible the US government has treated their veterans, really probably since the beginning. I'm sure Etienne could speak on it better than I could, but look how well cannabis has treated veterans. Like cannabis has treated veterans amazingly. And so it treats us all in this wonderful way, and it really helps change the way we look at certain things. I'm certain if I didn't love cannabis, and in particular love getting high on cannabis the way I do, I probably wouldn't be as loud of a voice for it and be as obsessed and be as completely driven. So I think the answer is yes, it's worth it because we are. And that's why it's worth it.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of people not, we haven't. If people knew that there was more than just THC, don't you think that if they had the choice of like a beautiful selenoidine dominant plant or like a linalool dominant plant, if they had access to those things, do you think that they'd still go for the Delta 8? I mean, come on, right?
I
Like I
no.
think it's just we're still having these like prohibition pains, right? Like these problems that are associated with prohibition. And when we finally do get to the system that doesn't have a bunch of doctors standing, I mean, look, I think I've bred plants specifically for conditions with pharmaceutical or with for like children that have, certain conditions. It's like we've tried to optimize plants that have no fun potential. I'm totally into the pharmaceutical and therapeutic uses of cannabis. But my perspective is that it's not plutonium. It's not so dangerous that we need to have doctors standing in between people being able to walk into a store and buy any one of the top 10, flowers or types of rosin on the market, right? And when we have that and everybody and that it's reasonably priced, there will be no need for Delta 8, right? Or these crappy hemp products that you can buy at the gas stations in the States with no legalization, right? It's like we just need to get to that point. And I think that we will have people come over to the other side, right? I don't think people will be, because why would you choose to buy sure, if you're super broke, sure, there's always going to be people that are trying to buy the absolute cheapest thing. Um, But I think if people had the choice, if it was at least, hey, if it was free, what are you going to do? You're going to choose the bad stuff with the high THC number? Or you're going to choose stuff that's fresh and beautiful and lovely to taste, right? I think the choice is, it's pretty obvious, and having seen all sides of the story, right? And been able to walk through greenhouses and choose the nicest plants. I just, I think that people would naturally fall to those products rather than buying the cheap THC content stuff. So
I want to hope that you're right. And then I think of like floor sweepings, distillate, and botanical terps wrapped in a fat paper with thick glue. And it's the number one product in everyone's market worldwide. And it
Hey,
hurts my soul.
It's because
hey, the
it's
United
cheap.
States government produces the worst cannabis I've ever seen in my life and gives it away free in tins, okay? But what do? We change the system, right? We get in there, we're like, yeah, we're not going to tolerate this. So I also want to clarify, not
Wow.
only is Michael a veteran, he's a Air Force veteran who unfortunately sustained injuries in Guam, which sidelined his career. Michael's a legend among us veterans. He actually created what I was talking about earlier, working with the VA. He changed the VA system, the Veterans Health Administrative System, with that Health Directive 1315. He worked behind the scenes to make that happen. And that allows, since 2010, that allows a veteran to discuss with their physician regarding medical cannabis without losing their benefits. So, just want to shout out, not only does Michael know as a veteran, we hold him in high regards, and his work at the UN was actually blessed by Dennis Perone and Jack Herrera back in 1997. So he's been doing the good work, and he has been my guide and teacher at the UN for the last 5 years. So I just want to give out to a shout out to Michael for his hard work, just in case y'all who are watching don't realize who he is and what he has done. He is Saint Michael in a lot of our eyes, so just saying.
Oh, thanks for that, Ethan.
Perfect
Hey,
fit.
let me do say one thing. I'm stuck in this conversation more than I am in myself. Pardon me for that, but it really is fascinating to me because I think you're not you're right and you're wrong, Marcus. I don't I see the two universes as operating without conflict. It doesn't mean that I see them as equals. The number of customers out there, to Debbie's credit, that don't care is, overwhelmingly large. But that little percentage of people left over, when you're looking at the world, when you're looking at the entire world, and they can collect and they can talk to each other freely and they can share buds and talk about that freely. Hopefully that little tiny group is actually quite large. I mean, we're just 1%. Veterans are just 1% of the US population, and we make a lot of noise. So, yeah, I don't know. But back to some earlier you said, Marcus, the whole and bringing it up as propaganda, our good doctor friend. This, I totally agree with that. I've been really fascinated with those aspects of our culture, of our cannabis culture, that are sort of imposed upon us by prohibition. And growing a lot more indoor under lights was something definitely imposed upon us by prohibition. Growing, just smoking marijuana, it was a departure from the way cannabis was used back in 1920s and 30s. When it became an illegal thing, it is a lot less hashish candy available. Let me just say that. And I just find it fascinating that we're still trying to shake that. And I think the THC number is definitely one of those things. That looking at cannabis in the store and buying it based on its THC number is most definitely one of those things that will shed after Prohibition, that was given to us by Prohibition. But I don't see that transition very clearly. That's why I love these conversations, because we are in that transition right now. We
You know
just
what's
met
funny
with
though?
a whole.
The THC number wasn't given to us in Prohibition. It was given to us after Prohibition, right? Like we didn't have access to the labs until Prohibition was over. Before Prohibition, we were sticking our nose in a bag, right? And that
Yeah.
was how we identified good weed. It was only the labs that started really in 2007 in the States. So yeah, the idea that we had to chase high THC numbers, that existed before.
I would go back to the DEA. The DEA, at first, as I understand it, did batch testing in the 1970s based on who they thought was, supplying the best weed, basically.
Yeah, well,
And
they were testing all sort. They were testing seized samples, but I know that Mel Frank, like when Carlton Turner used to run University of Mississippi, Mel Frank sent dope into him right? That was because if you look at his what is it, the Indoor Growers Guide, there's this time plot of when to harvest THC based on these samples, and it was based on these samples that he took harvested the plant over the course of a day, and then sent all those samples into Carlton Turner, and they used that to he kind of used that as an idea of, well, this is when you should be harvesting. And of course, it was the inter-sample variability that was the issue. It wasn't the time of day. But yeah, like there was a time where, the people that were working under the DEA license, they also wanted to figure it out, right? And the DEA ended up trying to it all became about how can we, again, we're going back to data. How can we take this data and manipulate it for our own purposes, right? And they wanted to show that like cannabis became more dangerous over time, right? So it's weird. It's like, but it is this theme that we keep running into today. It's like, is there really good data or bad data, or is it just like the interpretation of that data, right? And how it's manipulated and used for whatever agenda. Um, so yeah, 35%, 20%, I don't care. It doesn't really make that much of a difference to me. Um, and the reality is that there's only certain terpene profiles that really test above 30s, right? It's like you don't find a lot of certain terpene profiles. Like you'll never find a pinene dominant. Not never. You don't currently find a pinene dominant terpene profile that's over 30%, right? So,
Yeah.
with breeding, of course, we'll get there over time. But I think it's interesting to just realize that we're still at this point in time where we're still collecting these terpene profiles, and these new ones are popping up all the time. I think that's amazing. And I just want to see all that stuff spread around all the world to all the markets. Because, you go to Cannabis and you see, I saw Kelly and Josh were over here, and they're trying to figure it out in Europe and how they can get their stuff into the European market. And you meet people like Lorenzo, Terps Army, or, people from Spain, people from all these different countries trying to figure it out. And it's not that they're trying to become, the Breaking Bad top, Walter White of cannabis. It's that they're trying to bring something that they love to their people. And I think the fact that there's, people are smoking this THC hemp flower or THC acids, THCA cannabis, whatever they want to call it, produced under hemp license, it's just because they don't have an option, right? And if they did have the option, I think, and I put that on us, right? It's like, sure, we're having problems with production, but it's like the real problem is that we're not teaching the masses well. The people that know, like the people in this room, right? The people that are in the know, we haven't been able to share that knowledge with everybody yet. And over time, we'll be able to. But that's why these talks are so important, because it's like you got to get people like Lorenzo and the folks from Italy and the folks from all these different countries and share that, because they have the passion, right? It's just you just have to give them the tools to be able to teach the masses.
Yeah, Ryan, I was a part of a study with the last company I worked with. We did a really long-term study on THC percentage, and we brought in actual patients to do this, and we collected data on samples that were 20% and samples that were labeled at 32%. We let them, go between the two. And every single person that tried the 32% thought that it was the 18 or the 20%, and that person also thought the 20% was the 32%. So to your point, and I'll share the data with you, Ryan. It's really fascinating, and Dr. Mark, you might find this really interesting because they're just, these are real people that we did this with. And
What's the ratio,
the
right?
ratio is overwhelmingly of that the 20% was really what they preferred. And they thought it was actually higher in THC. It was also because there's higher terpene values, and it tasted better, and it was just better herb. Even though they both equally were on paper great samples, and they were all controlled from the same batches. So it was just really interesting to see that, and I can now openly talk about it because it's, we wanted to understand this because it was, we all kept going back and forth. So we decided to do this study.
Was it
Um,
flour and hash or concentrates or?
so we did flour, and that's what we did as the control. That was it.
We
Um,
just did this. We just did this loosely around the Hall of Flowers. I wasn't there personally, but the
mm,
Buddhists hosted a Blue Dream event. So everyone brought their Blue Dream, and we grew two Blue Dreams last year. One I call the Arcata Blue Dream, which came out of the Arcata, grow house era of 215. It was like, widely produced out of the Arcata area. And then I also grew the Santa Cruz Blue Dream that I've grown that for years, and I'm growing it again this year. Santa Cruz this year tested at 32%. The Arcata tested at 18%. And the big support and the big flavor was in the blueberry forward flavor of the Arcata Blue Dream coming in at 18%. And for me, I don't I don't enjoy even I enjoy the Arcata Blue Dream much more. The Santa Cruz Blue Dream takes me to a place that I'm not always ready to go. It's really, makes my body pulse and I want to come out of my skin, so to speak, and gives me cold sweats, which is fine at times, but not when you're on a nice walk with your dog. You more so want the Arcata Blue Dream.
Is
So it's
that
just
is that is
interesting
that for both
hearing that being
the hash
validated
and the
over and again.
flour?
This was flour. Yeah.
Yeah. So wouldn't it be interesting though? Like, so if you're a hash consumer, I mean, is there a big difference? Because, you know, you would assume that again, especially if you're doing a full melt product, that it's just going to be it's like a completely different effluent that's entering your lungs than if you're smoking flour, right? And certainly, like all the you know, I don't care. I mean, I do both, right? And certainly like with flour, to me, it's just a more like when you draw a hit on a nice fatty and it's fresh weed. I mean, there's nothing better than that. But really, I mean, when you if you take the hash from the same flour, and I've been lucky to be close enough to the growers to be able to do that, it's almost a completely different experience, right? I mean, don't you guys who consume concentrates and flour, it's like it's almost like night and day. I wouldn't say that I see a very like if I were to take that blue dream that you were just talking about and try like a dab concentrate of that, I'd probably feel the same. But like especially with sour and the gassier ones, the ones maybe with sulfur, predominant like the sulfides and whatnot. So the gassy ones, like when I take a dab, sometimes I need to fucking sit down, man. It's like you're so overwhelmed by that entourage effect. And I'm sure that, THC percentage has a lot to do with it. But when you smoke like a fatty of the same like sour, it's just a completely different experience, at least in my body. I mean, I experienced them two very, very different experiences, even if they do have the same, secondary metabolite profile.
yeah, and then it's interesting, it's like Jerry, he spent his whole career in the Mixolydian and Dorian scales, right? And
Yeah.
then added some,
Garcia, you mean?
yeah, yeah. But that's like to me, he created the
One of my
hybrid,
favorite subjects.
right? And here's my analogy here, and to genetics, it's having these really bright colors in the sativa world. If we're even going to use that as an analogy, or this world of equatorial lines, you have the Linnean scale. It's and that's like really bright and ethereal and has this like amazing feeling to it. And you can add all these the genomic aspect of crossing two parents together for an outcross. And Ryan, I think you'll appreciate this analogy. It's really to your point earlier to the Huckleberry Farms to identify and really go after bringing out that particular profile is a never-ending search. And I think that's what we're kind of talking about a lot here, where you're we're doing these experiments because we know our bioassay knows these things inherent. Like we'll sit by ourselves or sit with groups of people because the subject matter is so deep and we understand these inherent aspects of these the nuance on the subject matter in itself, why something is doing what it does. But it takes all of these studies for us to bring it out. And over time, I think we'll have a better vernacular to talk about it, such as the 18% versus the 32%. And I think that's, where, Dr. Mark with the Mixolydian scale and the Dorian scale, it's, we have an opportunity to kind of bring these things together and kind of cross-pollinate in
Well,
that way.
yeah, that's why it's interesting to compare concentrate because
Yeah,
as soon as you're concentrating, like in trainer's hash, this is like 65-70%. So the
sure.
whole percentage thing is kind of out the window because you're basically oh, is that the motor breath there, trainer? Oh, you're
That's
on mute, buddy.
beautiful varietal.
Dog.
Oh, that's the chem dog. Okay. So
Better.
like chem, yeah, chem and sour, I think I'm really particularly sensitive to. Like the gas, again, with a good full melt hash, it's like, whoa, it's just a completely different experience than say
I
smoking the
I
flower.
judged a chem and sour competition the last 2 weeks, actually 3 weeks. I think you'd appreciate this, Mark. And like all the cuts were submitted, it was a hybrid section, so you got to see a lot of different gas, and it was just really interesting to see the diversity within those lines. But the chems really were grown. Chem's a little easier to grow than sour, in terms of getting it to express everything you want to see from that profile. But it's, like you said, it's like there's so much diversity within these lines, but it all ends up being really sulfur, super gassy, just like deep notes of just real skunk, like really skunk. Like when I open this, I have this big bag that I kind of put all the samples in. That's a large terp block to kind of save all the save everything to so it has preservation to it. And it just smells really sulfury and really skunky, but sweet and has all this complexity to it. It's I don't know. It's fascinating that these are bag seeds. A lot of these varietals. Like Ryan, I'm sure you've grown all these chems. Like it's amazing what Mother Nature just provided us, and we've just kind of all the work and line work we do and try to do, then we have these like these things that we just cherish. It's amazing to me. It really is. It's amazing to me that we're keeping these historical lines alive.
Yeah, they all need to be selfed. In my opinion, everything needs to be selfed.
Yeah.
It's funny because people were so against like even just the feminized seed hybrid process,
Yeah.
but selfing plants is what teaches us about how these traits are inherited, right? Because it's like you're not taking the orange juice and mixing it with like quick chocolate syrup, right? It's like you're able to keep these things pure. And when you keep them pure and without the influences of outside genes, then you can actually figure out what are the switches that are going on within that one plant, right? That leads to the outcome. And once you understand that, then the next step is, hey, can we incorporate this through a hybrid? Or is it something like when we make the hybrid that the original trait is lost? Um, and how do we figure about getting it back in? So there's so much that we're going to be able to do with this plant. I mean, I think of the chemical and flavor diversity that we have already, and to have come this far based on luck and just happenstance through crossing with, people, sure, they're trying to do good work, but it's like, it's really just smashing two plants together and see what the outcome is. Um, and, when we take all the things that we found, these unique things, and we start trying to figure out how to put them back together or how do they how does that mechanism of inheritance happen? We're going to be able to do a lot.
Bingo Lombardi beat me to it. Bong rip, guys.
Yeah.
I want to do a bong rip. Oh, should we try some of this papaya bang bang?
Yes. Yes, you should.
Is that what we should try?
Why not? Why?
God
Why not?
damn.
Haha.
Damn. God damn the pusher man. Well, let us not forget what brings
So
us
Ryan,
together.
I have a question on the femmes. You know, I've been, you know, growing a lot of femmes and I see a lot of different things come out of them. It's good and bad, you know. Um, do you believe that you're able to see some of the parent traits, or that is that what we're really truly looking at, or are we still looking at sort of sort of an F1? Like how do you perceive a self fem to be in terms of you know, genomics?
Well, that's, I mean, look, every plant has two genomes, right? One genome from dad, one genome from mom. And those genomes are comprised of, call it 10 individual parts, right?
Hmm.
Chromosomes 1 through 10.
Yep.
So when you self a plant, you're letting all of those potential recombinations come back. Okay, so what you're really doing is you're seeing how true breeding the plant is. If the plant is relatively true breeding, the type or the, you know, whatever the traits are that we're looking at that make the plant desirable, they come back in the offspring. But when the plant is a hybrid and you self it, you get 50% of the plants are the hybrid type, but the 225% for every trait are the parental type. So you can actually recover all these forms that are related to what the parent was like, right? So it's that's why I always say it's so important to self, is because you're actually getting to see, hey, is this trait that we have in the plant that we found that is special, does it come back in the next generation? And if so, how often? Right? Is it coming back in all the plants? Is it only coming back in like 10% of the plants? Right?
Hmm.
Does it disappear? Because what happens is usually when you have one of these rare traits, like for example, let's just use the selenodiene as an example, or even, even limonene dominance. Like when you cross limonene with terpinolene, all the plants are terpinolene dominant, right? So that limonene flavor profile is just gone, or it appears to be gone,
Right.
right? And because most people aren't taking breeding programs farther than crossing two plants together, it's like they never do the breeding steps that are necessary to recover those limonene types from the F2,
Yeah.
right? And again, the best way to do that is selfing the F1 hybrid, right? So it's like selfing it's not it hasn't it's such a standard thing to do in plant breeding, and
Hmm.
because cannabis has male and female plants separately, and for 30, 40 years, growers have thought they've come decided that no, you have to be crossing males to females. They've totally excluded the one breeding technique that really really allows you to uncover the genetic mechanisms at play that lead to the traits that we deem valuable, right?
Yeah. Well, I think yeah, I agree with you 100%. So I did I did 10,000 femmes. I did some chem dogs. I did some sours. I did C99 times G30 or G13 times C99 and Rosetta Stone. And Rosetta Stone, to your point, is very terpenoline dominant. And through the whole lot, I mean, all of it, it was just like, yeah, you saw a little bit of outliers in terms of like some candy, but it was very terpenoline dominant, where the G13 C99 was like just all over the place, like OG Kush smells to floral to, and then the Chem Dog was just, and sours were the same thing, to your point. You got to see a good spread, but the morphology was all over the place. So I think the morphology was really interesting to see because plant structure wise, like it was a sea of all kinds of stuff. So that was the other interesting aspect that you're bringing up to me is, for the viewers out there that are searching femmes, you have a great opportunity to find, forever plants, things that you'll want to keep in your collection,
Yeah, but
because of
distinguish when you say femmes, Like, do you mean selfs or do you mean gynoecious hybrids?
No, self seeds.
Yeah, so that like I think most femmes that are on the market are not selfs, right? They're
What do
hybrid.
you let's for the listeners, let's talk about the difference, because I think this is a really good point to make, just for everyone.
Yeah, so I mean, a self is plant A. So look, call ChemDog crossed OG plant A crossed plant B,
Yeah.
right? ChemDog crossed to itself is plant A crossed with plant A. So it's the use of silver or some, well, I'm going to say STS, but there's other agents that you can use. Some agent to inhibit ethylene that makes the plants produce makes genetically female plants produce staminate flowers and thus pollen. And if you take that pollen and you apply it to the same clone that you're using to make the reversal, that's called a self, right? So the next generation we would label as S1. Whereas if you took like, say you reversed that same chemdog plant with STS, you made it produce staminate flowers, and you took that pollen and crossed it to a different plant, that's a hybrid, right?
Right.
They both make feminized seeds. All the seeds of each of these crosses are all female. It's just the first type, the self plant, or the seeds that come from the self plant, they give you all these clues about the degree of heterozygosity or how true breeding that plant is. Whereas when you cross it to another plant, all those clues get mixed with it's like mixing two, how do I describe it? It's like your first plant is like mixing, say you've got like a glass of purple or you've got a glass of blue liquid and a glass of red liquid. If you mix the two things together, you get purple, right? And it's like if you want selfing the plant allows you to figure out if you can get back those red or blue types,
Right.
or do you just end up with more purple? But when you
Right.
take it and you mix it then with a glass of chocolate milk, right? Like now you've really muddied up the whole picture and it's hard to understand what the contributors are. And that's what we've been doing for the last like 50 years, really, is that everybody's just been hybridizing, crossing the last thing to the new thing, right? And really what it takes doing is crossing the thing to itself and not involving. It's like don't take it out to party. Figure out what it is first. Right? And then once you figure out like how all those traits are inherited, then you can start crossing it out to other things. But everybody does it the opposite way, right? They want to take this year's new and cross it to last year's new and see if they can make something even better, right? And it's unfortunately the wrong way to do it.
Right. So yeah, so the S1, yeah, it's for the listeners, really what you should be working with when you want to be searching for those colors.
It allows you to purify the colors is really what it allows you to do.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
It allows you to find those basic individual component puzzle pieces that when you can, like it gives you back the blue and the red glasses of liquid so that you can then you can combine them into make the purple one. Right? But
Exactly.
you can't
Yep.
make more purple by just not having the red and the blue. So
Yeah.
selfing allows you to recover what we call those homozygous or those true breeding plants. They're plants that are true breeding for the traits that we want. And like you said, Colin, like, so often like people are going after flavor, they forget about things like plant architecture, right? Which is why you get like all the heights and all the different leaf shapes and all the different degrees of yield. It's like that stuff's a second thought to most people. That stuff is the most important shit. If you're doing agriculture, you're building plants for agriculture, you want to have these like bulletproof, uniform in size, not big, tall, and stretchy. Like you walk into these grow rooms some places and you see like 3 layers of canopy, right?
Right.
Or 3 layers of trellis. Like it's so ridiculous the lengths that we go to make these plants able to perform in a production space where, if we knew how the traits were inherited, then we can go about designing plants that have the right plant architecture, the right stature, the right morphology, and they also produce the plant with the desired terpene and volatile complement and either THC or CBD or whatever cannabinoid background we want to have it in.
Right. Yeah, and same thing with hash making, as you were saying, I was like, that's just how I did it for hash making my whole forever since the night, I was always selecting towards things that would work. And, that was very much architecture, it was all by design, you're looking at it in an objective way. And I think that's what you're saying is saying, yeah, like the other day, someone called me and asked me about defoliation. He's like, what day do you, it's a big commercial facility. He's like, I think we're going too hard. And I said, well, if you're defoliating, super hard, you have to look at your feeding. Like, what do you guys feed? How are you feeding? Because you're taking away food. You're taking away things that are readily available at different points of access for that, for those cells. So, how are you replacing that? Too often have we've looked at this from an agricultural point of view, to your point, Ryan, like we're chasing things that, we're not looking inward, we're looking outward most of the time, right? We're not thinking and asking, hey, what do we need for this room to be successful? How many plants per table do we actually need? Do we need 99, or could we just be okay with 68 and actually growing them really well? So I think those are the questions that happen often. But back to the idea of selection, you can have it all. I've seen it in terms of a plant selection if you do the work, to your point. You just have to grow enough, as Sam always taught and said openly, to grow enough of that said varietal to select something that's worthy of keeping. And, even you say it even today, the number one thing Sam loved to do is kill plants, right? Rob used to say it, everybody used to say it. And that's I think what we have to kind of get in the idea of towards selection, because there's a lot more sapphire than diamonds, as you've always kind of alluded to.
Yeah, well, and we need to like I was talking to another one of our friends, I won't mention, he's got this interesting plant. And he's like, "Oh yeah, we could do this." And it's like, yeah, the plant's good. It's almost there. Crossing it to a whole bunch of other stuff isn't the right way to go. Like selfing it and seeing if we can make it better, right? Like uh, that's the way I look at plants. It's like I think that all plants are just building blocks, right? Because we can always create something new. And even if like we're not trying to take something and make something new out of it, how can we take something that exists and make it better for the things that it already is? Right. And so it's like, I stand halfway in both of those worlds. David was always about 10,000 plants, to get out of 10,000 plants. And it's like for some things you do, but some things 100 plants gets you there, and then you get closer to the next generation, right? Like it doesn't always have to be all in one. Not everything has to be a home run, right? It's like sometimes a double gets you where you need to be, and then in the next generation you get the third base or the fourth base, right? You knock it all the way home. And so yeah, I look at these plants as like they're all just built. I mean, all of us are just building blocks. We're only here for a limited time on this earth, right? Like it's I had this
No,
I had
it's
this moment a bunch of years ago. I used to have this massive library, and I had this thought, and it was like, when who was it? Cortez, when he came to the New World, out of the New World, he burned the ships, right? And it was like you burn the ships, you get rid of the idea that you can turn around and go back in time. You can go back home, right? And so all the sailors that were with him, they had to accept that they were here in the New World, and it was like about making a life here in the New World. And I went through that with my library. Because it was such a pain in the ass to be dragging it around from like house to house and facility to facility. And at a certain point in time, I was like, keeping all these plants alive is actually stopping me from doing the breeding, right? Because I keep falling back and thinking to myself, well, I can just grow the chem again. No, you kill them. If you already have it in the self, killing the parents forces you to go down the line and make the improvements, right? Which is, by the way, what breeders should be doing, right? Like that's what plant breeders do in every other species is they make the plants better. Right. And so always just like I understand why everybody wants to have the chem dog or they want to have whatever plant it is. But that's what brings us problems like russet mites and like hoplite and viroid. right? It's because we're trying to keep these plants around way longer than they're designed or they've evolved to live in the environment. So, yeah, yeah, I'd like to see more real breeding and more people just doing it with a little bit more desire to make things better rather than just to make a bunch of seeds for sale, right? Which is unfortunately the way I see the majority of the seed market these days. And it's not to any modern player. I mean, it's been like that for 25 years at least, right? So it's like selling seeds just as a commodity is an industry on its own. But yeah, it's this far into legalization. We need to see more people that are doing things. And again, I'm gonna give John credit again. If that plant that he's got is so special and has such a unique terpene profile, I think it's amazing that he's sharing it with the world so that other people can take it and see what they can do with it as well. Kudos to
You know
him.
what's weird about that plant too, Ryan? Like I'd never heard hide nor hair about that plant. And then suddenly I was in Barcelona and I was asking my partners from Maryland. I was asking my partner Seth, what are you guys looking for? What's the be all end all? And he starts going on. He's like, I was in California. Someone gave me a joint or something of this white thorn rose, and he could. And this guy like puffs tough. He's a legitimate smoker. Smokes joints, smokes resin, never says no. Will take three, four, five, six, seven in a row. So a real hardcore puffer. And he was going on about this white thorn rose, and I was just like, white thorn rose? Like, what the hell? I've never heard of a white thorn rose. Or if I have, maybe I heard about it, but it was like barely a blip. And then suddenly in like 40 hours or what, maybe it was less, Johnny was on Hash Church through Craig from Alpenglow talking about this cultivar. And then he was talking about his mom as well and how she had this cultivar from 40 years ago and they were crossing it, Paradise Punch or whatever it was called, Paradise something. But it's just neat how small the world can operate. And I kind of had a feeling like it had to be something special that was in the flavor profile more so than the cannabinoid
Of
profile,
course.
just the way he was talking about it. So, what a cool thing in the end, you're right that we got seeds of the cross, that pine paradise something, which was the Whitethorn Rose crossed with, I think it's called Paradise Punch. I think it was the one his mom had from 42 years ago.
Yeah.
It's tastes like Fruit Loops or whatever. He was on Hash Church once talking about it, but it was so weird to hear about it and then less than 40 plus hours later see him on Hash Church walking at La Sangrada de Familia because he was still in Spain and talking about this cultivar. So yeah, hopefully Hash Church can sort of pull more of these
You know
unique.
what's so funny is like a few weeks ago, or a few weeks before Spanibus, I was on a science call with Etienne and Caleb Chen, and Caleb was telling us about the white thorn rose and how Ariane from Greenhouse had been over in California trying to get like a cross of a cross of a cross of the thing, right? So that he could bring it back to Amsterdam and do a seed line with it. But it's like when you do it that way, when you try to collect things that are a cross of a cross of a cross, it's like you're getting all the external genetic inputs that you don't want, right? And every time, like, you get something new from a new hybrid, you're also losing things that came from the original line, right? You're actually diluting the original line, which is why I think it's so funny that we take, it's like you look at stuff, you know, all these like plants that now have the name OG in them, right? But it's like you smell them, they don't smell anything like OG, right? They're totally different terpene profiles, but somehow it's like sticking the OG moniker in front of it paints the idea that it's somehow, related. And look, that's the way that we breed horses, right? Like one horse is not going to have like 1,000 offspring, right? So the way that we breed them is we do it's what Neville used to do. You do what's called pedigree breeding, right? You use a plant because its parent was special. Whereas that's not a really good way to breed, right? Like you should use a plant because it is special. Right. So, and that's where Sam's philosophy of growing the thousands comes in. right? It's because you actually go through every generation and you look for the plants that are truly special, and you make your progress from there. So, but I don't like the pedigree method of breeding. I don't think just because, and it's like it's what they do with, like look at the blue bloods and the humans, right? Like the royals, like they breed with other royals through pedigree, right? And look at the teeth and the ears. It's like it's not the way to do it, right? Inbreeding has consequences.
Yeah,
Yeah,
plus
isn't
like
that
the
the reason
clones.
why it's always better to get a dog that's just a mutt, like from a rescue, as opposed to going to a breeder, which basically is one of these so-called puppy mills.
Yeah, well, it's the purpose, right? It's what's the purpose
Well,
of
and
you
there's
know,
so
if you're are you getting a dog to be your friend? You want it to live as long as possible? Absolutely, get a mutt,
yeah, and
right?
there's so many dogs that need homes as it is, you know.
Yeah,
So
if you're hunting
local
ducks,
shelters.
right? If you're hunting ducks or you need a working dog, like you need a shepherd dog because you're tending sheep, right? And you need it to be doing a specific job, sure, go get one of those weird inbred dogs, right? But the dogs have also been the same thing. It's like people have, I remember my dad had this relationship with this lady when I was young. Um, no, like he dated her for years and years, and she got the idea that she would have her puppy make puppies, right? And it was like she was a dog hack, right? It was like she was crossing two Shih Tzus together so she could get more Shih Tzus for sale. And that's essentially what the cannabis seed industry is. It's people that have no idea what the hell they're doing, that are crossing two plants that they think came from the same family. So with this dumb idea that they can reproduce the family and more importantly make money off the name of the family, right? But
But
that's not
Ryan,
the way that you should be doing it. And
Ryan,
dog,
can I
dog
ask a
just let
question?
me Mark, just let me finish what I'm saying. The dog breeds suffer from these really severe problems now, right? Like you look at German shepherds and they have like hip dysplasia, right? You have all these labs with hip dysplasia. It's because they've been bred by people that have no fucking clue what they're doing, right? And they're just trying to make money off of making more labs or shepherds. So sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to ask a question. Just again, share this thought before it dies of loneliness. Um, that's just a joke. Uh, Um, so like with plant, I understand that model, especially for animals that are like traversing the land, but like with plants, so I'm gonna ask kind of like more of like an evolutionary biology question. Would it make sense? So if like plants are taking over a certain area of geography, there is going to be a lot of self-breeding, right? And so won't does the genetic population of that plant change if like a certain variety of a plant is constantly like reproducing with itself? Like, doesn't that change the complete genetic makeup? Uh, I don't know if I'm asking the right question, but like animals are free to roam, right? But with plants and their pollen and their seeds, it's going to be localized to a geography, right? So does that does that make the plant more virulent because it's essentially self-crossing by natural selection?
No,
I don't know if
so they're not all okay. So like when you listen to Dan Shook from David's at David's First Memorial in California, he was talking about the Coco de Mer, right? There's plants like Coco de Mer and cannabis that need to have males and female plants to interbreed. Okay, that's called outcrossing, right? Like that's different from a plant that crosses to itself, like tomato or peppers, right? So tomato and peppers, they are designed to so that the pollen from one plant fertilizes itself. And in cannabis, that's very unnatural, right? Because they have the sexes on opposite plants, right? And so different plants have different mating systems. And plants like cannabis, that is actually, cannabis has colonized six of the seven continents of the earth, right? That's very difficult. And if it was a plant that was a selfer that stayed in one location, when you brought it to a new location, it wouldn't do well. right? Because it's selfing plants have typically purged the genome from the genetic variability that allows them to colonize other places. But in return, they've got a genome that is very, very well suited to the one specific place that it grows. Right. And so
i.e., a true land race.
well, it's not a land race. It's what we call a selfing species, right? And so like there's like anything with a perfect flower, anything that has uh, stamens and pistils on the same flower, like most flowers that you look at, they're selfers, right? So another way to look at it is like if you look at a flower, like you go outside, look at your grass, you'll see all these tiny little flowers that are really small. They're like, a centimeter wide kind of thing. Those are typically selfers, right? Because they don't need to attract a pollinator, right? So typically plants that are like really smelly or they have really big, beautiful flowers, they're attracting a pollinator. Like that's why that flower is big and ostentatious and smelly, is because it's using that appearance or that scent profile to bring in a pollinator, right? And when pollinators come in, they're usually carrying, let's think of the bumblebee. Like bumblebee goes to a flower at one end of the garden, it goes in and pollinates the flower. As it's leaving the flower, it gets a ton of pollen dropped on its back, right? So that now when it flies to another flower, say across the farm or whatever, and it lands on that, it has brought pollen from one flower far away to another one, right? And so depending on the pollinator and the species, these things are often they're introducing outside genetic material, right? So there's that's a whole discussion of botany in crossing versus out crossing species versus selfing species. And really the way that that plant breeds determines the shape of the genome. And can't because cannabis is an obligate outcrosser, it has all of this genetic variability built into the genome because they can't purge the deleterious alleles. So everything just kind of sticks around, right? So we end up with this huge genetic alphabet soup that it's like if you take the time through breeding to go in and start doing things like selfing, you can actually realign some of these genetic types and find, specific combinations that are useful for us.
Yeah.
So
Bam. Right to 12:59, dude. That was hardcore. I was like, damn, this is like
did it
this
go
is
on too
starting
long?
this is gonna start a whole new episode of Hash Church right here. That was really good information, good questions, good deep dive. I appreciated it. I'm sure the over 300 people that are still watching Hash Church this morning, dash this afternoon, dash this evening, depending on where you are, also quite enjoyed it. So I want to thank everyone. I want to thank my sponsors for, their support. Big shout out to the Craft Greenery. You guys can check them out at Craft Greenery on Instagram or craftgreenery.ca. They're a little local dispenser here that really go out of their way to carry the proper products. They definitely carry your products in their Chimera with the group that you're working with Kip and they're the Victoria uh, Cannabis Company there.
Nice.
Also big thanks to Puffco for sponsoring Hash Church. I saw so many Puffcos getting raised up today while Hash Church was on. So many a Puffco have been enjoyed. I enjoyed mine quite a lot on the mountain the other day. Usually I just bring the pivot. It was nice to have the hard carry case and realize, yeah, there's no glass going into my back if I fall. I didn't fall yesterday, but it does indeed happen. So big shout out to those guys. Big shout out to Sean and the crew at Heritage Seed Bank. You can check them out at heritageseedbank.ca or .com, sorry. And Hash Church 15 for a discount on seeds from them. Hopefully Chimera gets in touch with him sooner than later because I know he wants to carry some beans from you as well. And then big shout out to Bubble Bags and Grandmaster LEDs. Thank you everyone for coming out. If there's anything you'd like to say, Wade, before we bounce, it was really great to have you come in, dude. I appreciate you. But if you'd like to have the floor for a few minutes before we say goodbye, I would certainly love to offer it to you, my friend.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I do have a few things to say. it's been a fascinating show, the science, as folks are diving into the various compounds that the cannabis plant makes. It's good to remember that she makes those compounds for her benefit and to some extent our benefit by our breeding and whatnot. We were talking about David Watson earlier, Skunk Man, and I think he would want us to all remember that a really important thing is to plant seeds. Grow your own if you can. And that's how you find these unique sports, as they're called, versions of the cannabis plant that are of interest to you or other persons. Because it does happen. She's a very giving plant. We just have to pay attention. And I'll just give a quick report for me. I've had a very up and down week. A lot of challenges for my well-being. I'm having trouble seeing these days. My vision has changed, and hopefully it's not a permanent change. But yeah, it's part of why I was so late getting on with Hatch Church this morning. Is I literally could not read any of the emails on my computer. Eventually, we figured it out, and here I am now. And then just a lovely gift happened for us yesterday. Actually, about a year ago, a lovely gift happened. A little black kitten showed up in the dark of night outside our house. She ended up spending about a month in our basement. We fed her and kept her with water and whatnot, but she was very shy about coming out of the basement. And eventually she did. And anyway, now here we are a year later. And last night, she gifted us with 3 little kittens. And so we had a birthday celebration last night. And our existing animals now have doubled in number. And the joy and beauty of it all is magnified many times over. There's nothing like new life to give a fella who's feeling his age and his the wear and tear on his body. Nothing like new life to give a new view on how life really is. It's a coming and going, a rising and passing. Here we are. Anyway, that's the report from Nevada City. Wade is actually in pretty good spirit, all things considered. Like I said, new life is such an inspiration. So on that note, big love to all of you. And big thanks, Marcus, and the expertise that you managed to bring to bear on this plant that we all love so much and are still trying to understand. We really, again, the science is fascinating, but the knows. And that's all Wade's got today. Thank you.
Love you,
Beautiful,
Wade.
Much
Love you,
love,
Wade.
Wade. Much love. Well, I couldn't say anything better than that, so I will say we will see you next Sunday. I hope everyone has a wonderful week, and I look forward to what the conversation will bring next week. I have a feeling it might be a one Miss Jody Emery, who's going to be coming in to talk about her new legal store in Canada and all the obstacles she had to overcome to get there. There
That's
was a lot
great
of
that
them.
she got a retail shop. That's so well deserved.
Yeah, it's
She put in the
unbelievable.
time. She put in the time. I always thought at the beginning that the 2 of those guys should get a production site and it would be theirs to win or lose. But I think that Jody is actually much better suited to being on the retail front, and I think that she'll do a banger job with it. So good for her.
Yeah, 100% agree. Thanks everybody for watching. See you next week. Peace out, everybody.
Great week.